Most fish farmers fail, and I've seen why. Before you start your fish farming, you need to watch this complete free course into the end. In fact, in this master class, I have put all the experience and the losses and everything that I've gone through into a master class for you so that you can learn from what we have experienced, and that will help you to be successful in your fish farming journey. So please, if you want to be successful, don't start until you watch this. In fact, there's a saying that when a frog in front falls into a pit, others behind take caution. My name is Abdulaziz Issa. I have been setting up farms, teaching farmers, and managing farms myself for several years. And I know the do's and don'ts when it comes to fish farming. And I want to share all this experience with you in a comprehensive masterclass so that you will learn from what we have experienced, and then you will not fall victims of what we have fell in before. And at the end of the course, when you start up your fish farm, we are all going to be successful, and that is the ultimate goal of this channel. In fact, if after watching this to the end, I have a surprise gift for you. So please stay watching. In fact, this is going to be a lengthy video, but it's worth it since it's going to take you through from what you're supposed to know from the onset, the meaning of fish farming, whatever that it takes to be successful, the common diseases, how to mitigate them, fish feed, how to control that, everything that you need about fish farming. In fact, this video is something you should even save, watch and rewatch because it's going to be a foundation for your success. And I believe that at the end of the day, you will not be regretted. So please, in order not to waste much of your time, let's delve in details of this course. Welcome to the complete fish farming course. My name is Abdulaziz Issa, the founder of Faako Aquaponics. In this comprehensive course, I'm going to walk you through how to start a successful fish farming. In fact, fish farming is very rewarding when you get it right. If you get it wrong, you will curse your ancestors. And to get it right, you need a guide or someone with experience who can take you through the journey. And that is exactly what I'm going to do in this course. In this course, we shall walk you through step by step how to start your fish farming from planning, setting up, getting equipment, all the way farm management, record keeping till the end of harvesting ready and healthy fish, and your profit will roll in. Now, this course is going to make of models and lessons. Each model will have lessons in that. So to get the best out of it, you need to follow every model and every lesson to the end, especially the practical aspect, because we shall also be looking at the practical ways, such as testing your water parameters, sorting your fish, and all those stuffs. So if you want to make good out of that, follow all that to the end. Even though there are a lot of fish that we can talk about or we are farming, but for the purpose of this course, we are going to base much on catfish and tilapia. These two farm fish are the most common ones worldwide. So we are going to base our course on that. However, the information is still relevant to other type of fish to farm. So even if you are not going in for catfish or tilapia, this course is still good for you. Also, this course for people who want to start fish farming journey and they don't have any experience. It is also good for people who are fish farmers already, but they want to expand their scope. They want to expand their knowledge. This course is also good for them. And this course is also good for students who are into aquaculture and anyone who is a lover of fish. This course is made for. If you want to be successful, please take this course to the end. What is fish farming? Fish farming is the breeding, rearing, and harvesting of fish in a controlled and confined environment. This could be done either in salt water or in fresh water. The word confined and controlled environment is underlined. So in fish farming, you keep the fish in a place where you have full control over. And for that matter, you provide them with feed and other management to ensure that you raise them till harvest. We also have aquaculture. Sometimes they are confusing. Aquaculture is the rearing or keeping of all aquatic organisms. Aquatic organism is not limited to only fish. It could also be applicable to plants and any other thing that grow in water. So the aquaculture is the umbrella term under which the fish farming is found, which means that aquaculture is a universal set, whereas fish farming is a subset. So these are the two differences we need to know. So in fish farming, you as a farmer, you take full control of the fish. You provide them with feed. You provide them with care. You keep maintenance. You provide them all that they need to be sure that they get to harvest. Unlike the wild fish in the water or the river or the natural water bodies, nobody gives them such things, food, oxygen management, and those stuff. There are various types of fish farming, or there are various ways in which you can rear fish. If you want to say method of fish farming, but there are numerous. But for the purpose of this course, we're going to talk about the pond aquaculture or the pond fish farming. The pond fish farming is where the fish are kept in what we call ponds. You keep them there and you have full control over that. And in there, you provide them with feed, you provide them with water, provide them with oxygen. You keep proper fish farm management till you achieve what you want. Now, in that pond system, we actually have 5 main methods or types. So we look at them individually and we shall check their advantages and disadvantages. Then you can choose which one is best for you. The first one, we have the tarpaulin fish pond. That is what we have here, as you can see. The tarpaulin fish pond is made of PVC pipes or metal frames or wooden frames covered with tarpaulin, where you can put it in different shape, any shape that you want. It could be rectangular, it could be square, it could be cylindrical, whichever method that suits you. And you can also make it to the size that you want and you house your fish there. One of the advantages of this is that it is mobile. You can easily transfer it from one place to another. Another advantage is that you can easily manage the farm very well, and that is the pond aquaculture. Then we also have the concrete. We also have the concrete fish pond. Concrete fish pond is made out of concrete materials. We can talk about cement, iron rods, bricks, and all this put together. That one too, you can put it in the shape that you want. It could be square, rectangular, cylindrical. And this method is very, very strong, relatively stronger than the tarpaulin pond. And this one, another advantage is that fish are able to perform well in the concrete pond than in tarpaulin pond. That's the actual fact, because usually it's always adaptable to weather conditions. If the weather is hot, it sometimes manages the condition as compared to tarpaulin pond. Apart from the strongness, this one too, it is not easy to perforate. Like tarpaulin pond, children can just perforate it, and that's the disadvantage. But this one is strong. But the disadvantage of the concrete pond is also that the curing process is very difficult. If you want to cure it successful, then you need to soak it with water and plantain leaves or neem leaves for at least 2 weeks till it forms maggots before you believe that it can support the life of the fish. We have detailed lessons talk about these things. Now the third one, which is plastic ponds. Most of the time, the IBC tanks to farm fish. Not only that, there are a lot of plastics you can use to farm fish. This one too, it is mobile, and like I said, it's also easy to get heat. It absorbs heat. So mostly it is preferred you place it under a shade. We also have the glass fish pond. The glass fish pond is the one that is mostly kept by ornamentalists or people keeping fish for beautification. When you go to some offices, some research centers, these are the ponds that they are using. It is made of glass and it is transparent, where you can even see the fish swimming inside. This is so beautiful and so eye-catching that, like I say, ornamentalists are using. And also when you go to restaurants who practice point and kill, this is the type of ponds that they are also using. So the last one, which is earthen pond. Earthen pond usually is for bigger farms. Earthen pond is made out of pond that is dark under. The soil is dark. You dig the soil, put in water, and then you keep the fish there. But what is important to note is that the quality of the soil is so important. It must be able to hold water. So it should either be clay or the type of pond that the type of soil that holds water. If not, you will have to line it. So the advantage of the earthen pond is that it is close to natural system for the fish. And for that, the sand under serves as filtration. Also with earthen pond, they are able to get aquatic plants to eat, serving as supplemental feed. And earthen pond, if it is lined, it cannot serve this purpose, like I mentioned earlier. So if you are intending to get earthen pond, get it at where the water well capacity is high. So the disadvantage is that you can't have it in a small place or at a backyard, because even if you have it at the backyard, it's going to breed mosquitoes, which will disturb you. So usually it is done elsewhere with a larger farm. So usually earthen pond requires 1 acre or above if you intend to start with earthen pond. So look at these five and choose the one that is best for you. But for the purpose of the course, we are going to concentrate more on tarpaulin and concrete ponds. So we shall talk about them in our subsequent lessons. Why is it even important in the first place to involve in fish farming? Let's come to think of this. Before the advent of fish farming, we used to eat fish. Till now, we eat fish. And most of these fish are coming from the natural water bodies. But because of the constant harvesting of the fish, that's the fishing, because of constant fishing and also pollutants, we are doing a lot of things that are polluting our natural bodies. The natural fish in the natural water bodies are coming to extinction, meaning they are getting to the end. All of suddenly they are vanishing. We are consuming all of them. So there's the need to get a complement or something that is sustainable so that we can always get fish all the time. And that is why fish farming is so important. It is a sustainable way of providing protein-rich meals to humans. Fish is so rich in protein that a lot of people are into eating fish. Indeed, some even prefer fish to meat. So now there's a need to constantly provide the protein rich to the bodies. And for that matter, fish farming needs to be there. That brings us to the nutritional value of fish. Fish is very nutritious to humans. Like I mentioned, highly protein. We can also talk about the amino 3 fatty acid. All these are things that people need in their body. So there's the need to constantly provide fish. And this will only be done if there is fish farming ongoing, because the population is overcoming the natural fish in the natural water bodies. Apart from these two, what we also note is that fish farming brings income. So we can talk about the economic value of fish farming. We'll talk about economic value. Fish farming brings income to you as a farmer. When you are investing into fish farming, your main aim is to make profit or to make living out of that. So fish farming is capable of doing that. Apart from that, it also gives jobs. In fact, aquaculture provides a lot of jobs opportunity to people. For instance, in our farm here, when you look at the setup, you will surely know that this farm cannot be managed by one person. There's a need to get more people on board, and this is job opportunities for those people. In the economic value as well, fish farming also brings foreign exchange. It brings income to the government. If we produce more fish and we export some to other countries, we get money, and that also helps the government. For instance, China is said to produce the largest fish in the world, and often they export such fish into America and other parts of the world. So, and it is bringing a lot of foreign income to the government of China. I'm just giving you these scenarios. All over the world, we are doing that. Now, it is also environmental friendly. There were times that fish farming in the 20th century, we were not prey to the best method of farming fish. And for that matter, it used to degrade or deplete, or it used to cause a lot of harm to the environment. People releasing the waste, that is discharging the water into the environment. This time around, in the 21st century, there are modernized ways of farming or raising fish without even changing the water. The recirculating aquaculture system, where we will talk about more in our subsequent lessons. So, apart from that too, we also now use it to have what we call aquaponics. That's producing plants with fish at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. We'll talk about that too in our subsequent lessons. But I'm just trying to tell you that fish farming has been revolved, and it is something that everybody must love to enter. So having a look at that, we can say that you have been convinced. If you were not, now you are convinced that this is something you should take serious and you should be ready to participate. You will understand that water quality is very paramount when it comes to fish farming. In fact, if you are wondering how to get the best water quality, that is why I have made the DIY, that is do it yourself, filtration and aeration system. In fact, in this master class, I have shown you how to do your own filtration aeration system. In simple course, aquaculture system using local materials which you can easily acquire. I've taken you through practical and everything that you need to know. And if you wonder how to get this course, the link in the description, click on the link or check it out on the screen. And in fact, enroll in that course and you will learn everything that you know to set up your own filtration system to your farm. And that will save you tons of water and also make your fish grow better. Check it out in the description. Now let's proceed. In this lesson, we are going to talk about one of the most ignored issue in fish farming. This is very important, and we are going to talk about the challenges in fish farming. The intention is not to discourage you from embarking in the fish farming journey, but the intention is to get you prepared, because since you are aware of such challenges and how to mitigate them, then you will always face the challenges when it arises, because you definitely face those challenges, if not all, but some of them. So at the end of this lesson, you will be able to understand the challenges, the impact of those challenges in your fish, and how to mitigate them. So stay watching. The first and foremost is water quality management. Water is life when it comes to fish. If you jeopardize with the quality of the water, then you stand a chance of losing all your fish. In the previous lessons, we have talked about source of water, how to get good source or what to look up for if you are looking for the source of water for your fish. Now, having gotten this, and the water source is good, but the water management becomes an issue, because if you don't manage the water well, when the source is good, once it enters the pond and then there's poor water management, then everything will turn into hazard or dangerous for the fish. And how do you ensure good water quality? Always make sure that the right parameters of the water are appropriate for the fish. You can talk about the dissolved oxygen. Dissolved oxygen is very important, it's very crucial for the fish. If there's not enough oxygen for them, they cannot survive. And to make sure you solve this, always avoid overfeeding, overcrowding your fish. And also make sure that you have proper aeration systems that will always add oxygen. Also, if there are decay or decomposed organic matter, such as if you have algae growing on your pond, excessive rate is dangerous. So these things are competing for oxygen and other stuffs. High ammonia is also very dangerous. So have filtration system or mechanical filtration or biological filtration that can always break down the high ammonia into useful ones so your fish can survive there. When we have the water quality issues controlled, we'll be sure of success in the fish farming. Disease and mortality is very, very dangerous. It is very painful to see your fish dying daily because of diseases. And these diseases can come from poor water quality management, as I said earlier. It can also come from infections. And that infection can bring you fungi or bacteria that can contaminate the water. That's why it's so good to always put anything in your fish pond, even in your hand. Avoid always putting things in the pond without sterilizing them, because that can lead to disease and mortality. So having good water quality management is very important. So make sure that you control diseases and mortality and you make more profit. The third one is feeding and feeding costs. The third one is feeding and feed costs. Feeding is very important. Knowing the right way to feed your fish will help you thrive, because overfeeding can lead to disease and mortality. Now, how do you ensure right feeding? You need to implement what we call responsive feeding method. Instead of pouring the feed into the pond and walk away, give them small at a time. Observe how they respond to the feed. If they still need, add them. When you give them, you notice that they are no more active in eating, then you stop. It's indication that they are okay. But the more you can continue to give them, the more you will have water quality issues. Now, feed cost is very painful because all the time the cost of feed is increasing, it's rising. And feed is said to entails about 70% of the cost in fish farming. Because of this, if you don't have proper feed management, you are going to spend so much on the feed that will go into your profit. So if you can produce your own feed that has all the nutrients in the right proportion, that's fine. But bear in mind, in the attempt to reduce the cost of feeding, and you are producing your own feed or getting feed elsewhere, the quality of the feed also matters. If you give them low quality, even if they don't die, but they will not grow well. So make sure that you get good quality feed for your fish. The fourth one is market fluctuation and low sales. Most people have produced their fish into maturity, into harvesting stage, without getting people to buy their fish. It's so pathetic. Or they are buying the fish at a lower price. And when you observe or when you make your calculation, you know you are done at loss. These are the challenges. So to overcome that, make sure you start marketing your fish as soon as you stock them. Get potential customers. So by the time the fish are mature, you can sell out to them. If you keep the fish till they grow to maturity, and you have to at that time look for market, that will be difficult. unless you already have an established market for the fish at your locality. So market fluctuation is so important. And when you have challenges, you can also consider adding value to your fish, such as smoking. Then you can keep them longer and sell them at any time. And don't also omit or completely leave social media out when you're doing your marketing. Sometimes posting the fish on your status, such as WhatsApp or Facebook, and all these platforms can give you customers who will buy your fish. Fifth one is climate change and weather condition. Climate change affects fish. When the weather is too cold, the fish is affected. When it is too hot, they are affected. When the weather is too hot, they are stressed. When it is too cold, they have low metabolism and for that matter, low feed conversion ratio. So this period of time is difficult to keep the fish. This period, disease is high, mortality is high, unless you are doing the right thing. So always make sure that at any time you are facing any of the weather conditions, have a way of controlling that. For instance, during excessive heat time, you can provide covers to cover your fish ponds to avoid excessive sunlight. And during cold weather, you can provide heaters to keep the fish warm in the water. This can help. Also, during weather conditions, especially rainy season, when it rains, the place can get flooded. So make sure that you have proper drainage. Your tapoli ponds can sink and collapse. All these things, you have to look at them before it arrives. Fifth one, which is also very important, is inadequate knowledge and poor management. Inadequate knowledge, I think you are not one of them. Once you are watching this video, it means that you want to acquire knowledge to help you succeed. You are not among them. Many people start the wrong way and they have lost a lot of money in the investment. So doing the right thing is very important. So if you have or if you acquire the right knowledge to know how to stock, how to keep proper water management, and all these things will help you. You have to try to keep out and learn more, and then you will be successful in the journey. The last thing, which is so important, and could have been our number one, is funding and infrastructure. Funding and infrastructure. Well, what to start? You need to purchase equipment, infrastructure. You need to build or construct your storerooms. That's the infrastructure. Probably you need good network that can lead to the farm if you intend commercial. More importantly, you need your fish pond, your source of water, your fish feed. All these things are costly. So it is very important to plan them before you start. And they are challenging. There are people who want to start fish farming, but because they don't have the funds, are not able to. So if you have able to raise some funds to start, make good use of that, and at the end, you shall have a rewarding journey. Thank you so much. Like I said in the beginning, this video is not intended to intimidate or to frighten someone to start. No, it's just to prepare you to know the journey ahead and prepare towards these challenges so that when they arrive, you know how to deal with them. I do not only provide you with the challenges, I also help you with how to solve them. Now let's look at the most common farm fish. This the type of fish species we farm commonly is catfish, tilapia, kwai, salmon, and others. But like I mentioned earlier in my previous lessons, in this we are going to concentrate on catfish and tilapia. So let's analyze the two. Catfish is a fish that has a slimy body and they are dark in nature. They have a lot of species. You could see some totally dark, some relatively red, some relatively white. There are several species. So catfish, they can grow bigger within shortest period of time. If you are able to manage your catfish very well, within 5 months or 6 or so, you will be getting 1 kilogram and above if you keep all the conditions accurate. We'll talk more about that later. So catfish is able to grow bigger within smaller time. And catfish, they are strong and resistant to harsh weather. Because of that, catfish are very friendly for beginners. People with lesser experience, they require to start with catfish. That's my recommendation. Then they can learn and expand. Catfish, you can actually keep them without recirculating aquatic or filtration or aeration. But if you have those in place, then it can also help a lot. We'll talk more about that. Now, catfish, let's come to some of their characteristics I've enumerated. And some of their characteristics is that catfish are very aggressive in nature. And their aggressiveness leads to what we call cannibalism. So they are very cannibalistic in nature, where they attack and consume each other. That's some of the characteristics of catfish. But if you also keep good proper management in terms of feed and water, and also do sorting, or if you don't overcrowd them, you can be able to overcome this cannibalism. Catfish, when you are feeding them, they are very active and they react, if they are healthy, vigorously to feed. And that makes them eat more and they produce more waste and they need more care. Now let's look at tilapia. Tilapia is said to be the most high consumed fish, especially part of Africa or in Africa, other part of the world. Tilapia has a scaly body. It's made out of scales. And tilapia, they are not as strong as catfish. And tilapia averagely takes about 9 months to maturity. This means that catfish grow faster than tilapia. And tilapia, again, they are shy feeders. When you are feeding them, they are not active like catfish. So sometimes when you even give them the feed and you are still around, sometimes they don't even come out to take the feed unless you move small and then they'll eat it. And they don't react or they don't move faster to feed like catfish. Tilapia, they need better water quality management. And for that matter, to have proper maintenance or growth of tilapia, you need to have this aquatic system or filtration or aeration system in your farm. Proper water management can help you achieve the best results when it comes to tilapia. But weighing the two in terms of profit, I cannot give exact one, but it depends on the location in which you found yourself. There are other places catfish demand is higher, other places catfish is lower and tilapia is higher. But like I say, all things being equal, if you are at a place where both have higher demand and their prices are challenging, then going for catfish will make you more money because they grow faster and you can produce a lot within shorter period of time, unlike tilapia. So please, we have a lot of types of fish species that we farm, but are limited to catfish and tilapia in this course. And I've given you their differences. Choose for yourself the one that is best for you. And don't forget to watch the next lesson. Thank you so much. The first lesson in the model of planning your fish farm has to do with site selection. And when you are selecting the site for your fish farm activities, there are a lot of things you have to consider. And in this lesson, we shall bring out some of these things, especially the very important ones, and tell you what to look up to when you're selecting for your site to establish your fish farm. The first and foremost you have to look at is water, because water is life when it comes to fish farming, and the quality and quantity of the water is so paramount that if you don't get that right, it's going to affect your fish farming journey. So the first thing you have to look up for in the water is the source and quality. You have to bear in mind that not all water sources are ideal for fish farming. Water with high salinity. In other words, water that has high salt is not ideal for catfish and even tilapia. I will break down the parameters figures in next lessons, but this one we are looking at the things that you have to look up to. If you look at the water sources, the natural water bodies or the natural water sources are always better. We can talk about the dams, we can talk about the rivers, we can talk about the streams, wells, and boreholes. So if you look at the source, and the source is ideal, it has all the parameters for a fish farmer, then you come and look at the availability in terms of quality. Now, is the quality okay for your fish farming? So if all these things are accurate, then you look at the quantity. Will the quantity be enough to keep your farm all the time? And will the water be available year round? The volume of your water, measuring that against the volume of your farm, will that be enough? These are the things that you should look up to. For instance, in the farm that we are in, after establishing the ponds, then we look at drilling a borehole. We drill the first borehole and the water quality and quantity was very low. The quantity of the water was small. You just pump small and it will finish. So it was obvious that that source cannot fulfill or provide the water that we are required. So after that, we drill another one. This is the one we drilled recently. And this one too, the quantity is low, but better than the previous one. Unfortunately, the salinity of this is very high. The salt content is very high. So we cannot use that for the fish. Even though we've provided water waste management machine to take that salt out or to treat it before. However, the quantity itself cannot give us the quantity of fish that we want to produce. Despite the fact that we'll be using just like the quantity system, the water is still very inaccurate or the quantity is still very low. And because of that, we are considering drilling another one. So now, having looked at that, the source, quantity, and quality, and it's okay. And before we move to the next one, let me show you the first one that this is the first one we drilled. And then the water was very low. Then we drill this one. The water quantity is low and the quality is low to salinity. You have to treat it. Now, I mentioned that there's RO water treatment machine that is going to take that out of salt. So let's have a look at that. So this is the machine, but these are very costly. So it means that if you first just get the land with good water and everything okay, they don't need all this. This is very expensive. However, it can provide a little solution to the problem of salt or low water quality. So now if the quantity of the water was okay, this machine could also help better way. Now, just look at this. Have you noticed something? Now, it rains yesterday, and up to now, we still have this amount of water in the farm. This is water, and it has covered the ponds. Now, this water, even if it doesn't rain for 2 weeks, sometimes even 1 month, the water will still be here. So that brings us to another thing or factor you should consider. First of all, depending on what you are intending to set up or your pond structure, then look at the soil quality. Ideally, this farm will have been best for earthen pond because it has water retention capacity. It can retain water for a longer period. It means that if you dig here, it can keep water for fish. So the second thing you have to look at is drainage system. But here is the case, we are establishing tapoli pond. So tapoli pond or concrete pond or any other pond apart from earthen pond, we don't need water like this. Even in the earthen pond, we just need the water in the pond. So now that brings us to another thing you should consider, that is drainage of the sand or the land. Now drainage is so important. For instance, as you can see, the water is stuck here. It is not moving and it is not drying up. And the ponds are flooded with water. How do you navigate around the ponds? How do you manage the ponds? Probably when you see me started this video, this lesson, without wearing anything in my foot, I wasn't wearing any sandals or shoe or whatever. You could have been wondering, is this guy crazy? I am not. This is why I didn't, because I know I will come here and I can't come here with my canvas. So imagine as a caretaker of this farm, every day this is how you're going to be swimming. Look at the risk involved. So consider drainage, which is so important. But if you also get low drainage like this farm, is there a way out? Yes. You can fill it gravel. You can level the whole place with gravel or sand to make it higher and give slope for the water to always go out. That's what we are doing here. Soon we are going to level the entire place so the water will not be like this. But the bottom line is that all these come at a cost. So if you are fortunate to have such a course, you follow it to the end, and then you consider all this before selecting your site for your fish farming, then you will be spared of such mistakes. Perhaps this person didn't have the idea of using it for fish farm, or he didn't know that these things should be considered. Now you know. What do? You implement that. It will save. What you should also have to look at once selecting your site for your farm is climate change. Let's see if there's a climate change, whether the weather is extremely hot or extremely cold. Where you are going to select your site, in that case, how intensive is the weather when it is hot season and how intensive it is when it is cold season, because all these affect the fish. If the weather is very hot, it stresses the fish and their feed intake becomes low. And when it is very low as well, it stresses them and their metabolism becomes low. For that matter, their growth will be low and even can lead to mortality. So consider place that weather condition is not extreme. Climate, you should also look at the seasonality. Is there a season that there's water scarcity? And if there's that season at your site, such case, can you get water? Or will your water have to flow throughout? Consider that. Now that brings us to another important thing you have to consider when selecting your site, and that is accessibility. And under this accessibility, we look at accessibility to market and accessibility to infrastructure. All these are important. Accessibility to market in the sense that when you produce your fish, especially commercial fish, you're going to produce large quantity of fish. Those coming to buy or those who are going to buy your fish, how will they be able to get to your farm? Is your farm far from your target market? It is close to your target market. Remember, if it is close, transportation will be less costly. If it is far away, it's going to high costly. And all that are going to chop into your production or your profit. Because if the target market or the buyers are going to spend a lot on transportation, they might not be willing to pay the amount that you want or the normal market, because they want to also get something to support their transportation. Now consider that. And proximity to and accessibility to infrastructure is also important. Road network. Your customers or your buyers are going to come and buy, especially those buy in large quantity. They can come with trucks with big transport tanks to transport the fish. If there's no network, that will be very difficult. Electricity. You will surely use electricity. If you are going to use aquatic system or initial filtration system, you will need electricity. Apart from that electricity, you should also have structures like buildings to store your items. Are all these accessible? Consider that before inventing or selecting the site for your farming activities. The last thing you need to consider when selecting your site for fish farming is land use and zoning regulations. You need to check and see whether the activities of aquaculture or fish farming is permitted in that particular land or that particular area. There are some countries or some places they prohibit putting up such activities. Now, you have to do your homework very well to be sure that that site is free of such regulations. If not, you will acquire the land, probably establish your farm, and you have to break down. So make sure that it is adherence to zoning rules or laws, and also adherence to community rules. Some communities do not also want to have such around them. So make sure that do all this homework. And that will take us to our next lesson, where we will look at regulations and permits, which are so important that if you don't have that right, you can establish your farm and you have to break it down because of those rules you are against. So stay and then look up to next lessons. We shall look at that in details. Thank you so much for watching. Still in the module 2 of the complete fish farming course, where we are talking about planning your farm. Today, or in this lesson, we are going to talk about legal consideration and permits. It is not going to be ideal after setting up your farm and your farm has to be shut down just because you have failed to acquire the necessary permits. So that's why we are going to look at the most important permits you have to consider. And you have what to note. What you have to note is that these permits depends or it varies from region to region or country to country. Some in other countries they are compulsory, but some they are not. So it is up to you to make research to find out the kind of permits that you are required to have in your community or at your country before starting up. First has to do with business registration. You need to register your business because you are setting up a commercial farm, unless you are not. If you are intending to just set up small farm for your consumption, fine. But if you're intending to do it as commercially, you need to register the business. And you can register as an entity, either sole proprietorship or partnership or cooperation or company, depending on the main purpose of your business. make sure you register with the Registrar General Department or any other agency or any other authority that is in their hand. Make sure you do it right. And after register as a business, you need to also look at the tax identification. Make sure you register and acquire your tax identification number, and also know the tax application to run a fish farm in your community. Adherence to this can save you after establishing your farm. You should also look at is environmental regulations. And the environmental regulation, you have to look at or you have to acquire the water use permit. And the regulatory organizations are looking at two important things under the water regulatory permit. That is how the water will be used and how you are going to treat or manage waste in the farm. So they want to know how you acquire the water, your source of water, and how do you use it. And after the use, how do you dispose it of? These regulations are just to make sure that you do not harm other natural water bodies around or cause harm to the community. So they are just imposing that on you to ensure that you have a successful farm. Environmental impact assessment. We need to acquire that permit too. Then they will check out how your activities is going to impact the environment and how to mitigate some of the challenges that you will be facing in the environment. This, like I say, just to ensure that you have a successful farm with neighbors and in the community without any problems. So the third thing you have to also look at is health regulations, health and safety regulations. And under the health and safety regulation, you shall look at your activities towards the fish, how the as a farmer you are going to behave towards the fish in terms of disease control, in terms of medication, in terms of biosecurity and all that. Because the fish, they are also living things. I also have people who are protecting the living things right or who are protecting animals right. So how you behave towards them is also controlled in other countries. So check if your country is one of those countries, make sure you go through the training and acquire the permit. How you treat them, the inhuman treatment of animals, including fish, is frowned and disliked by many people. So make sure that you check that. And the second thing under the health and safety regulation is the safety of your laborers or your workers. How your workers are going to be behaving in the farm. Will that be safe for them? Will they be exposed to dangers? If they will, how do you control that? For instance, when you look at the previous lessons, when we talk about site selection, and then you could see that the farm that we are currently taking this video, and that's where I'm currently working, you could see that there's a lot of water and the place is not conducive for workers. Because of that, we are filling up the place. After it fill up, everything will be fine. So now, it will not be ideal for workers or for laborers to be mingling in that water. They can fall down. They are exposed to a lot of dangers. So this is to ensure that you have environmental safety or your environment is safe and free for workers to acquire the appropriate licenses. For instance, you may have to get aquaculture license. And aquaculture license will spell out the type of farm or the type of fish pond that you are going to have, the type of species that you are going to rear, how to control them. All this, they have bodies in charge. So they give you aquaculture permit, then you go and then work it out. Another permit you have to acquire, that is if you intend to do that, is import permit or import and export permit. Assuming you will be importing some equipment, either fish ponds, either fish feed, or whatever, or you will be exporting your fish or exporting other equipment after production, then you are required to have permit to do that. You can't just import it anyhow or export anyhow. You may fall in trouble. So if you intend to import or export goods to your farm, then acquiring the permit is so important. You have to look at under regulation is local regulation permits. And then the local regulations will look at building permit. Yes, You might want to put up infrastructure. You might want to put up buildings, storerooms, where your workers will be staying. The fish ponds, probably you will use excavator if you're going to use earthen pond. And all this stuff, you need to acquire permit to do that. So make sure that through the required agency or body, you acquire the infrastructure or the building permit and pollution permit. Noise is very important to take note because there are certain farms and certain machinery that if you are using is going to make a noise. But if you're going to use aerator, if you're using submersible ones or the silence ones, that's far fine because these ones don't make noise. But if you're going to use big machinery or aerator pumps that are making noise and it will be producing noise all the time, your neighbors will not be conducive. Your neighbors will not be okay, or even your workers, they will not be okay. So these things will control that. Also, the pollution. You can't just discharge your waste water into the environment. Then it will just flow into people's home or moves into people's shops and those stuffs. You quarrel with them. So these permits will give you the permission, and not just the permission, but they also give you the necessary education as how to treat or how to manage your waste so that it will not go and have and disturb others. And to give you my personal tip on that, instead of using machinery or aerator that can make noise, you can easily use submersible pumps for your aeration. These pumps are silent and they will not make noise. And instead of discharging the waste or the water into the environment like that, you can use it for agricultural purposes. It is very good for nutrition. You can use it to water your crops, or you can also use it for hydro or aquaponics. You can also use it for aquaponics. And why apart from that, you cannot even go to use it at any time, anything. Then try to dig a big manhole. Just get a big gutter, put stones in there, and to serve as waste collector. Then you can always discharge the water into that. Then it will not disturb anybody. So thank you so much for watching, and don't forget to watch out the next lesson. Welcome back to the complete fish farming course. My name is Abdulaziz Issa. I am your facilitator for this course. Now continue from planning your farm in the module 2. In this lesson, we shall look at the essential equipment you have to get to be able to start your fish farm successfully. And I'm going to categorize this into two. First will be compulsory ones. With these tools or equipment, you must have them in your farm. And second one, they are not compulsory, but their presence will also make your work more easier and much faster. So to begin with, the compulsory one. First thing is the fish pond. The fish pond houses the fish. In other words, that is where you keep the fish for them to grow. It comes in several forms. In the pond system, we can talk about concrete pond, tarpaulin pond, plastic pond, glass pond, earthen ponds. I've talked about them in our subsequent or in our previous lessons. Watch them out. Now you need to get your fish pond, and based on the needs of you, you will select the best pond that is made for you. The second thing you have to look at is your fish feed. In fact, you cannot put the fish inside there and you will not have feed to give them. It is the feed that will make them grow. It is the feed that will keep them alive. So feed is a must have. The third thing is net. You need to get nets. And the nets are two important ones. Either harvesting net or fish predators net. Harvesting nets are the nets that you can use to harvest or to pick up the fish. And there are two major ones. We have the scooping net, where you can stand a scoop and put the and drag it and pick the fish. This is easy and can be handled by individual or one person. But the disadvantage is that you cannot harvest much fish at a time. The second harvesting net is the dragging net, where you put it in the pond and you drag to the end. This one, the disadvantage is that one person cannot do it, or even if one person will do it, it will be difficult. It requires two or more persons, and it also requires that you reduce the water level in the pond before you can be able to use it. But with the scooping net, even if the pond is full of water, you can still harvest them, though you will struggle. Now with the fish predators net, it is a net that covers the top of the pond to prevent fish eating organisms to attack and consume the fish. We have birds and other organisms that come into your fish pond, and when they come into the pond, they will pick up the fish and consume them. And the unfortunate thing is that sometimes they can even leave contamination in the pond, and that can kill all your fish. So covering with the net will prevent these things from eating up your fish. So the other important equipment you have to look at is measure scale. That's what you're going to use to measure your fish. And it also comes in several forms. We have the digital one, analog one, and all those stuff. You will need them to, when you're harvesting your fish, to measure them. So that you can also need them to measure your feed. So these are the four things. So now we'll look into the other equipment. They are not compulsory, but their presence will also help you, and they're highlighted. Some of the recommended equipment which are not compulsory, which it is good to have them, is one, filtration system. Filtration system, it could be mechanical filtration, chemical filtration, biological filtration. Mechanical filtration, simple, they are made of chemicals where you put into the pond and it can chop up all the feces and the waste. But this one is temporary and it cannot sustain the farm for longer periods. Now the biological one are also introduction of living organism or microorganism into the pond that also eat up the feces of the fish and the waste or the leftover feed. It is also not a sustainable one. It's also temporary one. But the best and recommended one is mechanical filtration, where you lay equipment and pipes that filters or that removes the insoluble particles such as the feces and the leftover feed from the pond. So these, choose one, but I recommend the mechanical one. And we also have another thing we call aeration, that is adding oxygen into the pond. This will also help the fish to grow better because they always have enough oxygen. And when you put the two together, the mechanical filtration and aeration system together, then it forms what we call recirculating aquatic system. You can put it that way, and it will be circling the water. So the physics and the insoluble particles will be removing, and aeration will be added. And that is a solid thing, and it is best recommended to have in your farm. This, if you manage it well, you can even produce your farm throughout the season without changing the water. Yes, and that is what we are having our farm. And to get you covered, I made another course on that, how to make it yourself. If you can check that one out too, then you can enroll in it. You can make it yourself very well. Now that's the recommendation one. So these things, fertilization, they are not compulsory, but having them will help you a lot in your farm. The other thing which is not compulsory but can help you is test kit. Water test kit. It is so important that people or some people even think that it is compulsory to have it. But I have not added them to the compulsory ones because you can still manage your farm without it. For instance, I managed a farm several years without having the test kit. I only observe the color of the water and the behavior of the fish and be able to tell whether the water is conducive for them or not. When we come to fish farming, we will talk about how to observe that. But for now, we are talking about the equipment. But if you have it, to always test the water parameters, it will help you. The water parameters, we have temperature, we have dissolved oxygen, we have pH, we have salt, and all these things. We'll look at that in our subsequent lessons. So now, it is not also compulsory, but if you have it, it's going to help you. Learn equipment, that is so important. And what you have it to help you is sorting or grading table or board. This is a board you can make from wood or metal, whatever form, that you can use to separate your fish. As the name suggests, sorting. That is separating the fish into sizes or colors. If you are so much on, we are talking about commercial, so we are talking about separating them into sizes. So this is a table. You fetch the fish and put it in, and you are selecting them. Big ones here, small ones here, bigger ones here, smaller ones here, and then after that, you put that back into the pot. So that is the grader or sorting board. You can run your farm successful without it, but its presence will help. Another thing which is important but not compulsory, and that one is for the lazy ones, is dispensers, feed dispensers, or call it automatic feeders if you want. Now these are dispensers or equipment that you will put the feed in and put it above the pond or at the corner of the pond and give it time. And when the time reaches, it gives the feed automatically to the fish. So in this situation, you don't have to get someone or using labor to be feeding them. It feeds them automatically. So this is it. It's not compulsory. So another thing which I didn't mention, but you all know it will be there, is water. That's what you want to use to produce your fish, your fingerlings and all these stuff. So thank you so much. If you have checked them out, as I say, if you don't have enough money, the four things that I mentioned, which are compulsory, you can start with them. Which one? Already water, we don't talk about it. Because when trees are burning, we talk about, because when stones are burning, we don't talk about trees. So we talk about fish pond, we talk about, you will understand that water quality is very paramount when it comes to fish farming. In fact, if you are wondering how to get the best water quality, that is why I have made the DIY, that is do it yourself, filtration and aeration system. In fact, in this master class, I have shown you how to do your own filtration aeration system. In simple, recirculating aquaculture system using local materials which you can easily acquire. I've taken you through practical and everything that you need to know. And if you wonder how to get this course, the link in the description. Click on the link or check it out on the screen. And in fact, enroll in that course and you will learn everything that you know to set up your own filtration system to your farm. And that will save you tons of water and also make your fish grow better. Check it out in the description. Now let's proceed. Welcome back to the complete fish farming course. Once again, my name is Abdulaziz Issa, the facilitator of this course. In this lesson, we are going to talk about a very crucial and very important thing, that is planning your fish farm. And that lesson is budgeting and financial planning. Now, budgeting is very important, that you need to set aside money to be able to invest it into your farm. Remember, this is an investment. And no matter how you are starting, whether small or big, you surely need some kind of money to invest into it. You will surely, though the amount will depend on how you want to start and how you plan your farm. But if you also plan well, you shall have a budget-friendly farm to set up. Now, the most important thing you have to notice that, remember, as you are investing, the first production cycle, before you produce, you are never going to make any money. You rather spend, spend, spend. Input, 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 and no output. So have that in mind and believe that for the first 6 months or for the first month that you are going to produce, you are not getting anything. You will only spend. And that way it can help you. And that brings us to the first thing, that is initial investment. And that initial investment, like I say, put up money. Don't expect anything for the initial investment. And what you have to do first in the initial investment is capital cost or capital investment. And the capital investment has to do with purchasing the equipment. If you have just watched my previous lesson where I give you the essential equipment for the fish farming, you will understand most of the things that you have to purchase. You can talk about the fish ponds, the fish feed. These things are the initial investment where you are going to put in money to start the business, fingerlings, and those stuffs. Now, these things, they are the first thing you have to acquire. Your land, very important. Acquisition of your land. All these are the capital costs. Now, after you have factored in the capital costs and you have get everything right, what is most important thing is operational costs. And these operational costs, most at times, they are recurring costs. For those costs, it keeps the farm running all the time. And those costs, it keeps repeating. It keeps repeating. So they are very, very important. And when you look at the investment costs, when you look at the capital costs, once you buy these things, the land, the ponds, the filtration, and those stuffs, you are done. Until there's a need for maintenance, you continue to go. They are not recurring. But with the operational costs, they come at any time, and you must plan ahead of them. First thing is the feed. Feed takes about 70% of the cost in fish production. That's the truth. Because the fish must eat and they must eat well to be able to grow. And they have to eat every day. So feed keeps increasing, the price keeps increasing, and you have to continue buy feed. That is why it is said to be the most high cost in fish production. That's 70% they estimate or we estimate. So many people, their failure in the feed management lead to the failure in their success, in their failure of their fish farm because they didn't plan that and they go into it only to realize that feed, they are not able to buy again. So it is so important that you have to take note of feed. And the feed comes in several forms. We still have lessons that we can talk more about the feeding. Most of the time we talk about the commercial feed, and that is it. Because even if you are going to use self-made feed or natural-based feed such as azola, duckweed, and co, you will still need some amount of the commercial feed to supplement these ones. Especially as a beginner, it will be difficult to produce feed that can stand all the nutrients and to make your fish grow. So even if you're not going to depend heavily on the commercial feed, but you still need it. And even the production of your own feed also incur costs because you have to spend money to buy raw materials and those stuffs. Now, another important thing is utility bills. You will pay less bill, you will pay water bill, except that you are not dependent on the government provided water or government provided electricity. That one you are safe. But even that one, if you're not going to depend, but before you are even self-dependent, you have to spend a lot. For instance, you are going to drill a borehole to use it for your farm. You have to spend a lot of money to drill the borehole. And also, if you are going to use open water, probably the cost will be lesser. But let's come to electricity. If you are going to use or run filtration system or aeration system or use pumps to pump water, you surely need electricity. And the electricity, if you are connected to the national grid, it means that you will pay monthly recurring electricity bills. Unless you are going to depend on renewable energy. For instance, if you are going to use solar, that way then you don't pay repeated or recurring bills. However, the initial investment on that one too is high. You will set it up, but take note, it's operational cost. It is something that's recurring. Another thing that is recurring you must take note is labor. Labor, that is your farm work. If you are going to set up a commercial farm, even if you are going to run it yourself, you will still need someone to assist you. There are times that you cannot do everything alone. For instance, during sorting, during harvesting, most of these times you cannot do it alone. You need help. And helping or getting a help means you are going to pay the person or you're going to give the person allowance. While apart from paying the person, you need to train your laborers or your workers very well, because this is a venture where you can't do it ignorantly. You will lose your fish. Learning is important there. So if you're going to help, or if you're going to depend on someone to take care of your farm, it means that you need to provide skill for the person, train the person, and the training, probably you're going to contact someone to train, or even if you're going to train the person yourself, you still incur some loss. So try to, and the operational cost, the last issue you also look at is maintenance costs. You need to put aside some fund for maintenance, because as you are running, there are times that there will break down of some equipment or some machinery. If you are using flotation aeration system that requires pumps, there are times that the pumps will break down. You need to repair. Even the fish ponds, sometimes they freight or they get damage where you have to maintain. There will be a cost. So put down some contingency fund, and that contingency fund you can use it to repair or take care of certain things. Now that brings us to another important thing, that is revenue projection. So under the budgeting and financial planning or financial projection, we have revenue projection. And in the revenue projection, you have to look at your the market price. Before you start harvesting your fish, you need to search the market even before you even start the production to know how much they sell fish at your region or at your location or at your internal market, how much they sell fish. So after knowing the price of how much they sell, and then the demand too, you research that. Then you look at project the quantity of fish you are going to produce. And that one, you put it compared to your stocking density or how much fish you are going to stock or you have stock. And then take out mortality. Make sure that you take out at least 10% mortality. Subtract it. And that can be in your mind. That's your projection. You might not get that. Yes, things can change. But that's your projection. I'm telling you this, or you have to take note of this, because you will know the amount of fish that you're going to give out to your customers. And for that matter, when you're looking for customers, you can have in mind that the quantity of fish that you're going to sell to them. Because when you're talking to a potential customer about the fish you will give him or her in future, he might also want to know the quantity of fish that you have to give him. So have that projection, know the price, and you are good to go. Another important thing under another important thing is diversification of income. Diversify your income stream will help you a lot to make more profit and to strive in the business, especially if you want to take that as a full time. Remember, if you are going to depend solely on the production and sale of your fresh fish, you might not be able to make enough money. And the reason is that if you stock, let's say, catfish, it will take about 6 months or sometimes more for for production or to produce. It means that within the period of 6 months, you are not getting anything. You only spend, spend, spend. So even when you produce and you get huge money once, you probably will be run at loss. So you need to diversify your income stream. Have a way of making extra money through the farm. We can talk about smoking. When you start harvesting, instead of selling them fresh or selling all of them fresh, you can add value into them, because when you smoke and you add value, you sell more, you add more money into it, making more profit. Apart from the smoking, you can also provide services to people, or you can also sell equipment to people and making extra money. For instance, I'm a fish farmer, but my income is not coming solely on the fish farming. I provide services such as Recirculating system to people, and this course is one. Probably I'll make few money from that course. So that is what I am saying. Diversify your income. Now, the last thing you have to also note is that risk management. In as much as you are producing, you are going to face risk, and that you need to put up some measures to prevent or to provide solution to the risk. And to do that, you can insure the farm. Insuring the farm means that if there is any unfortunate event, such as disease outbreak, natural cause, let's say bushfire or any other emergency situation, your insurance company will be reliable to take care of the cost, therefore taking the burden on you. Apart from the insurance, you can also put contingency fund. Like I said earlier, as the production is ongoing, there are certain unforeseen circumstances that will occur. So when you have some funds down, when it happens, you can be able to take care of that. So if you have been inspired, please let's move to our next model, because we shall look at the water quality and how to manage or control water quality so that you can have successful raising of your fish. In the lesson one, we shall talk about the importance of having good water. Water is not just for habitat for fish, but water is a life for fish. The quality of the water can determine or can affect the quality of your fish production. So I shall take you through some of the importance of having good water in your site. First and foremost, water determines the well-being of the fish and the growth. Water determines the health and well-being of the fish. When you have good water in your farm, it reduces stress in the fish. Poor water can lead to excessive stress, and that stress can lead to diseases and mortality. So good water quality will reduce mortality and also prevent stress in your farming. When it comes to good and quality water, that also determines the feed conversion ratio. Feed conversion ratio is the amount of digestion that the fish are always put up. When you give them feed, how easily and faster they're able to digest that feed before taking the next one. And that also determines their growth. So if the water is poor, the feed conversion ratio becomes low. And for that matter, when you give them feed, they don't take it much and it gets wasted. So that also leads out to another importance of good water. That is economic benefit. With this, when they take more feed, then they convert it and they grow. You have saved money. If the water quality is so good, you have to constantly buy medication, buy chemicals, buy other things to ensure you have better growth of fish, and that will cost you. But good water quality will save you all that cost. With environmentalists are concerned about the discharge of waste. That is the wastewater from the fish farm, which is sometimes smelly and has a bad scent and also just affect the environment. Now, if I have good water system management, you don't always have to discharge that dirty water into the environment, and that can save the environment, and that also in line with the regulations of production or producing your fish. Now, this also has effects on the reproduction. For instance, those who hatch fish, if they don't have good water quality, it also affects the fish that they are going to hatch. Either they will face high mortality, or the fish that the fry that they hatch may not be strong and also will not have good system or immune system. So with good water quality, reproduction is high, spawning is high, and the fry will be healthy and good for continued production. So this also help. So if you are able to manage your water quality very well, then you shall have a successful harvesting. You will understand that water quality is very paramount when it comes to fish farming. In fact, if you are wondering how to get the best water quality, that is why I have made the DIY, that is do it yourself, filtration and aeration system. In fact, in this master class, I have shown you how to do your own filtration aeration system. In simple, recirculating aquaculture system using local materials which you can easily acquire. I've taken you through practical and everything that you need to know. And if you wonder how to get this course, the link in the description, click on the link or check it out on the screen In fact, enroll in that course and you learn everything that you know to set up your own filtration system to your farm, and that will save you tons of water and also make your fish grow better. Check it out in the description. Now let's proceed. In this lesson, we shall look at the most important water parameters in fish farming. These things affect the water quality of your farm, and for that matter, make sure that you always have them right to have your water quality management right. The first has to do with pH, which stands for potential of hydrogen, but we often abbreviate it as pH. The pH, it mostly control the other parameters, so it is very important. That's why most test kits are only having the pH test, because when you know the pH test, most of the times you can be able to tell the other parameters. So the pH mostly is ranging from 6.5 to 8.5. Now, when you have something lesser than 6.5, it might be harmful to the fish. If you have something more than 9, then it can also be harmful. So a little lesser than the 6.5, let's say 6 and below, is very dangerous, or 9 and above is also very dangerous. So always make sure that your range of pH is between 6.5 to 8.5, and this is for most fish species, including our tilapia and catfish, which are our target in this lesson or in this course. Another important thing is DO, that is dissolved oxygen. Oxygen gives respiration to the fish. It is the dissolved oxygen in the water that makes the fish to breathe. So if you don't have adequate oxygen dissolved in the water, the fish will be suffocating, and that can lead to mortality. And the best dissolved oxygen should always be 5 milligram per liter and above. So if you have below that, your fish may suffocate. So dissolved oxygen is also very important, and you should always make sure you have it right. And what mostly determine or affect that is the overfeeding, high temperature, and those stuff that reduce dissolved oxygen. Now that brings us to the third one, that is temperature. Temperature is very crucial because it also controls the other parameters. So if the temperature is always higher, then it always reduce the dissolved oxygen and increase the pH. Or it is very lower, it also affect the metabolism of the fish, that also stress them and also affect the other parameters. So make sure you always have adequate temperature. And the temperature mostly is determined by excessive sunlight. So during excessive period, the sunlight period, you can provide covers if the need be. And also very low temperature is also very dangerous. So you can also provide heaters. Now, the right temperature or the good range should always be 25 degrees Celsius to 30 degrees Celsius for most fish species, including tilapia and catfish. So always make sure you have your temperature within that range. Now, the fifth one, which is also very toxic, is ammonia. And ammonia is accumulated through the feed and the feces of the fish and other organic matter or organic things that may dissolve or decompose in the pond. When you give them feed and they don't consume everything, the remaining one dissolves in the water, and that increases ammonia. They are defecating in the pond. So the feces, if they are not filtered or taken out, it also increases the ammonia. And ammonia can kill your fish within seconds. So the best should always be 0 milligram per liter. And to the range or the highest should be 0.25 milligram per liter. Above this is very dangerous. So when you test your ammonia is above this 0.25, make sure you do something about it. And like I say, it is highly increased by feed. So try to avoid overfeeding and also do partial change sometimes to have the right balance. There are a lot of parameters, but these are the most crucial ones and determine the quality of your water. So get this right and we are good to go. Now, our next lesson, we shall talk about how to measure these parameters. And in subsequent lessons, we shall look at how to control these parameters. Thank you. Now, welcome back to our comprehensive fish farming course. In this video, I'm going to show you how to test for the water parameters using these simple different two test kits. I said they are simple because they are very friendly for beginners. Remember in our previous video we talked about those parameters and each of them, how many or how should they be to be okay for your fish. Now here we are looking at how to test them. So first we'll begin with this TD test kit. Now when you look at this, it's able to give temperature, pH and salt. This is very common. So first of all, when you on it, then you wait small because number will be reading for it to stable. When it's stabilized, you can easily just put it inside like this and read the number, or you can fetch it in different things like the lid here and then put it there and wait for a while. Now the pH is reading. pH the pH the pH is 6.75. Actually it's supposed to be 6.5 to 8.5. That's a good range. Now this is pH. You can also test for salt. So the temperature was also down. The temperature when I checked, temperature was also 27.8 degrees Celsius. Now the temperature too, if it is below 25, that's not good. If it is above 30, that's not good. So it was in good range. Now with this hole here, then we get the temperature. Now we can clip here and change it to salt. So if you want to measure the salt, just press here, turn it to salt, and you put it in the water. The salt is 280 ppm. So we can change it to percentage in the salt. So percentages, when you click the percentage will come. Now I'll put it here. 0.02%. And that's good. Catfish is might not be about 0.1. Anything below that is fine. So now that is it. So when you come in the morning, that's the first thing you should do before feeding your fish. Because when you feed them, these parameters will change. Yes, they will change. And when the sun also comes out in the hot afternoon, the sun also changes the parameters. So like I said, the best time is in the morning. Yes, because the sun changes the parameters, the feed also changes the parameters. Now this test kit, it is 9-in-1 aquarium test kit. 9-in-1. This seems a bit complicated than the other one, but it's also very easy. They have strings, thousands of them. There are many. Now you will pick one. You pick one. Now let's close here. You see the colors mark everything. So now you fetch the water here. You fetch this water that you're going to test. Make sure your hand is not wet. Then you put this in for a few seconds. Few seconds, not many seconds. Let's say even 2 seconds. So you keep it there for a few seconds. Now you remove it after the few seconds. Now when you remove it, what you do is you match it here. Now in each of the color, they have indicated the amount or the percentage. So the color, now that you observe the color, that's why I say it is a bit complicated one. You have to observe the colors to determine. Now if you look at here, the pH here is around 6.8. That was exactly or close to what we got exactly. Then carbonate is around 40. And we have the total alkalinity. We have total hardness, which is around 25. We have chlorine. We have nitrite. So you just match it and read it. So now, once you are done, this has spoiled. You can't use it again. Then you throw it away. You still have a lot here. Then you keep this for another use. So there are a lot of test cases, but these two that I'm using, and I've taken you through that, and they are in online. If you check the link in the description or our free list of items, you will find a list of this to Amazon. So now we have done that. We are going to now feed the fish. I'm going to test all the ponds, but for the purpose of this lesson or this video, I've just shown you how to do this for one, and that is it. I'm going to do the same to all of this, and I'll feed them. You're welcome back to our complete course. In this lesson, we shall talk about how you can manage or control your water without frequently changing the water in the pond. First, what you have to do is to try as best as possible to avoid overfeeding. If you have watched the previous video, I have mentioned about the fact that overfeeding is what cause or affect most of the water parameters. Now try to avoid overfeeding. And if you avoid overfeeding, what it means is that your water will not get dirty or deteriorated easily. And for that matter, you can use that same water for a relatively longer period. I said relatively longer period because it cannot prevent you from changing the water completely, but at least it can help you get a longer period before changing the water. Now, what you should also note, that's the second thing, is that try to always remove sludges or debris or dirt under and the edges of the pond. For instance, most especially concrete ponds, when they accumulate a lot of dirt, the algae and all these at the edges and then at the bottom, even tapole pond, but concrete pond attract more. Now, if you don't clean this, anytime you change water, within a day or two, that already dirtiness of the pond will affect the water again. But once a while, this is not all the time, but once a while, we'll notice the pond is very dirty and you want to change water. So as you are draining the water, you will be cleaning around the edges. Then when it gets to the bottom, you can wrap it very well and flush that dirty out and give the fish complete, clean, pure water. Now, this water, it will take a relatively longer period before you change it. If when you try that and see, you will thank me. So this is very important. Always clean the water in your pond. Also, always do partial change. Partial change in the sense that Don't drain the water out completely before changing, except there's contamination or you want to do general cleaning like I said. Otherwise, just drain half or more than half of the water and top it up, and that can save you water. Now that will bring us to the most important aspect of running your farm without changing the water. That is, we do what we call filtration system. And the filtration system, we have three types of filtration system. We have biological filtration system, we have chemical filtration system, and we have mechanical filtration system. So I'm going to take you through all these three. Then you will choose for yourself which one is best for you. And sometimes you can even combine one or two or three of these to get optimal or best results. When we talk about chemical filtration, it's the introduction of chemicals into the pond, and that chemical will break down the toxic substances like high ammonia, the leftover feed, and those stuff. It will break it down so that it will be less harmful. So these ones use chemical, but the thing is that this is for quick remedy. It doesn't provide long-term solution. Assuming you notice high ammonia in your farm and or there's contamination which you think can kill your fish immediately. If you have any of such chemicals around, you can quickly use it to provide that short-term remedy. So this one is short time. It cannot prevent you from changing the water. However, it can provide you with immediate results before you can work towards changing your water. The second one is the biological filtration. And this biological filtration will has to do with introducing microorganism or living organism in the pond that will feed on the leftover feed and then the feeds of the fish and break it down so that it will not turn into ammonia. So it will rather be converted into useful for the fish. And clear example is probiotics. Probiotics is made out of biological medication, is medicine. You introduce it into your pond, and then when you add it in the pond, it will ginger or it will introduce microorganism, and that microorganism will keep feeding on the leftover feed and the feces and converting the high ammonia to useful for the farm. This way too, you can run the water for a relatively longer period without changing. Now that brings us to the best and most recommended method, and that's the method I love personally, and that's the mechanical filtration. This one has to do with installing a system into the farm that will constantly remove the insoluble particles that are left over feed, the feces of the fish, and also break down the ammonia. And that it will take them out of the pond. That's why it is good. It will not leave them for the pond so that in a longer period it will still affect them. No, it will take it out. So that's why it is good to use the recirculating aquatic system. The recirculating aquatic system will reuse that same water as it removes the insoluble particles and the leftover feed, and then it will filter it outside and to bring the good water into the pond again and to keep use going that way. And that cycle aquatic system also comes with aeration system where oxygen is being added into the pond. So they are two in one. But you may decide to use flotation system or can decide to use aeration system. But combination of both is fine. And sometimes some people use the biological flotation system like I mentioned earlier, but they'll add aeration to it and that'll be fine. But the best you can use the biological flotation and reservoir aquatic system. Like I said, reservoir aquatic system has to do with flotation and aeration system, which is very good. I have a course again on the reservoir aquatic system where you can also check it out, enroll in it. Because in this course, I cannot take you through how to set it up. Yes, but I have another course where I teach you how to set it up yourself, step by step. You can follow it and you can learn and implement it yourself. So it is very important you install that in your farm if you mean business and if you want to have better control of the system that you are running. Now, this will also make the fish to grow bigger and faster within shortest period because they are healthy, and that can also lead you to stock more fish in your pond because the waste has been taken out, oxygen is being added, so you can stock more fish in your pond. giving you more resource. So check out the course of the Recirculating ecosystem and then enroll in it. Thank you so much for watching. Now, having a look at all this, like I said, the best is Recirculating ecosystem. If you install this and it is working fine, very well, then you don't have to always change the water. It will take you a longer period, even sometimes from stocking to harvest, and you not change the water. Unless probably during sorting or other period that you want to drain the water, and then you can change it. Thank you so much. I'll see you in my next lesson. Welcome to the Model 4 of the Comprehensive Fish Farming course. In this course, we shall talk about the fingerlings. And the first lesson has to do with sourcing healthy fingerlings. Fingerlings is the foundation or is the beginning of your journey after setting up your farm. The healthier the fingerlings is, the better growth and result that you will get. If you source weak and unhealthy fingerlings, they are likely to die. Or even if they don't die, they won't grow much. So there's the need to select good and better fingerlings. And before I even tell you how to identify good and better fingerlings, when we talk about fingerlings are the small fish that you buy or you get from the hatcheries and go and put it in your farm or in your pond to raise them to harvest stage. That's fingerlings. And they are of different sizes. When they hatch them, they are so smaller. We call them fry stage. And that fry stage, it is very crucial stage. And for that matter, the hatcheries, they are managing that stage. So as a farmer, you don't buy them at that time. Now they'll grow to fingerlings. Fingerlings are a little bigger than fry. And fingerlings are mostly what we are stocking. You bring them small and put them in the pond. And we also have juvenile. Juveniles are also bigger than fingerlings, and they are very ideal and recommended for beginners because at that time they are strong and sometimes they can resist to most weather conditions. So at that time, if a beginner you don't know much about the management of farm or the management of fish, getting that will help you a lot. So as a beginner, I recommend you get juveniles, which are quite bigger than fingerlings. But whatever, I'll be using fingerlings all the time. So either fingerlings or juvenile or whatever, the same method or the same care has to apply. Now, to get good fingerlings, make sure that you get it from reputable hatchery firm. And make sure that the fingerlings that you are buying, they are active. When you give them feed, they react strongly. When you touch them, they react. So they have physical strength. When you look at them, yes, they are healthy. That's an indication that the fingerlings are good ones. Make sure that the fingerlings that you are buying, they are free from sores or they are free from scratches or red head or they are just the same color as normal fish. But when you see different colors, head is white and those types, is indication that there are diseases in them. So get healthy one. And then before you also buy, ask of the history of the mortality of those hatching service, the mortality history, and then also ask of the history or the strongness of the parent fish. The parent fish, I mean the fish that they get the eggs and the sperm and hatch them. How are they? Because all these contribute to the strongness and activeness of the fish. And bear in mind, the fish have different species within them. Catfish has a lot of differences, and all of them they have different strength, different growth rates, and all that. So make sure that you get the variety that grows faster, stronger, and then you are good to go. The same thing applies to tilapia. Now, if everything is okay and everything is fine, then you can now go ahead and buy those fingerlings into your farm. And also make sure that the fingerlings that you are buying are of the uniform size. They have the same sizes. Bear in mind that if there are different sizes, cannibalism is going to be high. So make sure you have them of different sizes, especially cannibalism high in catfish. Now, if they're of different sizes, the feed that you're going to give them will also be the same feed size. But if they are of different sizes, you may give them feed which some are bigger and some are smaller. All of them cannot take that same pelleted feed. We'll talk more about that in subsequent lessons. And make sure that they are uniform. They have the same sizes. Even though when you even breed and they grow, you will see difference in them. Then later you can sort. So at the stage or at the place of buying, make sure that they sort them and give you fingerlings that are healthy, uniform, and have good history. And then you can stock those fish. Now in this lesson, we shall look at the stocking density of your farm. How do you determine the stocking density? Stocking density has to do with the number of fish to put in a pond or in a liter of water in a pond. That's stocking density. It is very, very important because remember, overstocking your fish is very dangerous because when you overstock them, they will produce more waste. And for that matter, you have to constantly change the water. When you overstock them, they are competing for resources such as oxygen and others. And for that matter, that can lead to diseases and mortality. So making sure that you stock them the right way is going to help. Because overstocking can also lead to tender growth. They don't grow well because there's no space for them. Now, to determine the stocking density or how much or how many fish to put in a pond, you need to first of all determine the depth. You need to first of all determine the liters of water in that pond. And to give you the calculation or the best way, 10 liters of water is to produce 1 kg of fish. That is to raise 1 kg of fish, 10 liters. So if the pond is 1000 liters, for instance, this is 1000 liters. Then you divide 1000 by 10, and that's 100. So you can stock 100 here. That's the stocking density. If the pond is containing 10,000 liters of water, it means that you can put 1000 fish inside it. That is the normal way. If you're having this aquatic system, we will talk about previously that you can adjust or you can stock more. But note, if they say that the pond size is 1000 or 10,000 liters, you need to know the calculation of the depth is very important. Most of us or most farmers, they will have that in mind. They will say that this pond capacity is 1000 fish capacity. I'll give you an example. Now, if you don't fill the water to the level that it can take the 1000, and you fill the water small, and you put 1000 there, you have overstocked them. Yes. So make sure that the quantity of the water is enough to hold that 1000. So most of the times, the depth of your pond, if it doesn't go as please, it should be 3 feet down. That's the depth of the water in your pond. For catfish and tilapia, it should be 6 feet. Above is fine, then that's fine. But for the to say you want to manage water and then you always put small there, then that is not good to go. Now, having known the stocking density, like I said, to calculate that, you get to know the liters. So calculate the liters of water in the pond, and you can go ahead. Now, after knowing that, when you bring your fish to stock, first of all, you have to do what we call acclimatization. Acclimatize them, and that acclimatization means that you are going to put the fish in the container that they have transported them. You put that container in the water and leave it there to float for about 20 to 30 minutes. You can be fetching small the pond water inside that water, or you can just leave it to float. And the reason is that the temperature, pH, and other parameters of the water in which they have come in is not the same as the one you have in your farm. So if you immediately pour them into the pond, that can stress them or can cause shock and kill them. But when you acclimatize them, when you put them there for a while and then allow them to adopt the if and allow them the temperature and other parameters to neutralize. Then you gently remove it. You can pour away the water that brought them for issue of contamination and pour the fish inside it. Or you can pour them with the water if you think that water is okay. Now that's what we call acclimatization. So when you do that, you will have lesser shock and mortality. Now what time do you stock your fish? Stock your fish in the morning or early morning or evening. I mean late evening when the temperature is down and dissolved oxygen is high, because when the sun comes out or when it is hot, dissolved oxygen tends to low and all the parameters shoot up. All these parameters are affected. So stocking your fish or your finger at that time will not be okay or conducive for them. So make sure that you stock them in the morning and late evening. That way they will be fine. Now, after stocking them, we have what we call resting period. As they have been transported, they are stressed and they are weak. So when you stock them, please do not feed them. Do not even feed them that day. Make sure that you will wait for 24 hours or at least 12 hours to 24 hours before feeding them. By that time, they have relaxed and they have reduced the stress in them. And then when you feed them, they can take. When you're going to feed them, don't just throw the feed at once. Give them small at a time and observe how they react to the feed. Because the environment is strange to them and they will not react to the feed vigorously. So giving them more feed, you can even cause water contamination. So just give them small and see how they react, and then you keep on. Then you will have going to have healthy fish. So if you implement all this when you're stocking your fingerlings, then you'll be less assured of having healthy fish. I thank you so much for watching. See you in my next lesson. In this lesson, we shall talk about transporting of your fingerlings and handling them. The fingerlings are so weak, and for that matter, if you don't transport them well, they are going to have a lot of stress and mortality during the transport. Because transportation of them actually weakens their immune system. So now when you are transporting them, it depends on the quantity of the fish that you are transporting and the distance that can show how to or where to put them to transport. Often people use black containers or jerrycan, these types. Now what they do is that they add water in it and you can put them in. So fingerlings ranging from 1,000 below, you can keep them in that. Some also use rubber bags where they'll put the water, they'll put the fish in, and then they'll add oxygen into it and tie it and transport. All are fine. Like I said, it depends on the journey and the quantity. So, but make sure that you are gentle in the transport. And the water that you are transporting them with is a nice dechlorinated water. Now, when you bring them to the farm, before putting them in, you can leave them in antibiotics or you can dip them in salt solution. Have what called salt bath, just a short one, and then put them in. Or you can also leave them in a quarantine container. Like you can see this one, you can see them swimming nicely. You can leave them in the transparent water, observe how they behave. You can leave them there for a week or two, and then everything is all right. Then transport them to the bigger pond. Or you can just transport them to a bigger pond directly. That's fine. All are up to you. But quarantine them is always the best. Then if there's no sign of disease or weakness, then transfer them to the bigger pond. But if you don't have that uh, item to quarantine them, you can just put them in. So now, when you put them in, you can add antibiotics and make sure you don't feed them for 12 hours or up to 24 hours before feeding them. Now, when you're handling them, make sure that you keep them gentle, because so even the net that you're going to use, make sure that the net is soft and all that, and then that is going to help you a lot. Thank you so much, and see you in my next lesson. You will understand that water quality is very paramount when it comes to fish farming. In fact, if you are wondering how to get the best water quality, that is why I have made the DIY, that is do it yourself, filtration and aeration system. In fact, in this master class, I have shown you how to do your own filtration aeration system. In simple course, like aquaculture system, using local materials which you can easily acquire. I've taken you through practical and everything that you need to know. And if you wonder how to get this course, the link in the description. Click on the link or check it out on the screen. And in fact, enroll in that course and you will learn everything that you know to set up your own filtration system to your farm. And that will save you tons of water and also make your fish grow better. Check it out in the description. Now let's proceed. In this lesson, I shall take you through the early stage of stocking your fingerlings and management. Now, when you stock them first, what you have to notice is that the first 7 days is the most critical period or the most critical danger zone. If you don't have mortalities within that period, you can be rest assured that your fingerlings are of good quality, and if you keep other things well, you are going to be successful in that. Because for the first 7 days, it might not be easy. So make sure that you are always observant. Observe the morning after all the time. Observe them within that period. Yes, observation is very important. Now, we also talk about the feeding schedule. I mentioned previously. Once you stock them about 12 hours to 20 hours, don't feed them. Feed them after 12 hours or after 24 hours. And when you are feeding them, give the responsive feeding method. Throw it small at a time. Observe how they react to it. If they are still in it, give them more. But don't just throw the feed and go away. And when you feed them and they have not taken all, the remaining one, pick it from the pond. Don't allow it to dissolve in the pond. Because when it does, it's going to cause the water quality to be low. Now, the size of the feed that you're going to give the fingerlings, it should be between 0.2 mm to 1 mm for the fingerlings, because if it is bigger, they will have difficulties picking or swallowing it. So you put it in, they can't take it. Even if they force and swallow it, they're 2 mm above, they might have digestion issues. So the fingerlings should get smaller pelleted feed that can sustain them for a while. We are also going to have model that will talk more on feed and feed management. So now, having gotten this, let's proceed. Now, as they are in the pond as fingerlings, always observe. Look at how they behave, how they swim. Most of the times, the fish on the surface gasping for oxygen. You see, especially fingerlings, most of them will just be on the surface, weak like this, and then most of the times it's not good. So the condition is not good for them. Do something about that. Or they are very dull. If it is so transparent, they are very dull on the bottom. That's not good. But when you see them moving actively in the pond here and there, yeah, it means that they are active and they are okay. Now also look for signs of diseases as early stage and prevent it. So when you observe they are swimming on the surface, gasping for oxygen, relaxing on the bottom, and these indications are that they are not healthy, then that's a sign. So try to treat that in the first place. If you can provide more aeration, or if you can add aeration or filtration, that will be fine. Or if you can change the water, that will also be fine. Now, if you do that, then you are going to be assured that everything is okay for them. Now, having done that, you have emergency plan, and the emergency plan is either have a separate tank that can move them in, or you have aerators that can provide an aeration, or you have water that can change immediately if there's a need be. If you don't have such emergency plan, and when it arises, you might have wonders. And finally, what you have to do is that you need to keep your records. We record everything: the date of stocking, the quantity of stocking, the feed, the size of the fish that you have stocked, and all that. All these records will help you in future. If I was still going to have a dedicated lesson that will talk about record keeping in fish farming, but this we are still under fingerlings. Thank you so much. Now welcome back to the comprehensive fish farming course. In this lesson, we are going to talk about one of the most crucial aspects of fish farming. In fact, after having your good water, what is next to make your fish grow better is what we are going to discuss in this lesson. So this entire model is so important that you need to pay much attention to it, because getting this wrong will affect your farm, and getting it right will also affect your farm in a positive manner, and that has to do with fish feed. Feed is so crucial, and it is said to have covered 60 to 70% of the total cost in fish farming. This is very true. If you are establishing a fish farm and you prepare your budget, then you will understand why they said it takes 70% of your cost. In fact, calculating the feed that the fish will take to maturity is going to make you a lot of money. And that is why it is said to have covered that. And believe me, you will not want to use that huge sum of money to buy and later waste it. And to have the better and the most precious use of that, stick watching this. Welcome to this course. My name is Abdulaziz Issa if you are new, and I thank you for enrolling in the course. Now let's look at the types of fish feed. First of all, we have the pelleted feed. The pelleted feed is where after making the feed, they put it into pellets, into sizes from 0.2 mm to 8 or 12 mm. Some cases it is 12 mm. So they pellet it into sizes, and each size is given to fish that are at that time. For instance, if you have smaller fish and you give them big pelleted feed, they cannot consume it. So it is made of sizes, and the sizes also comes with different nutritional proportions, because the fish at any stage they have the required nutritional proportion. For instance, fry and fingerlings, those smaller fish, they still need more protein for growth and repair. And for that matter, most pelleted feed, the commercial ones, and take note, if you're going to make your own feed, take note on that. Most of them, it contains protein, about 35 to 45% of the total other nutrient. So important, and this is for fry and fingerlings. It gives them strong repair and they grow. Now, so with that, giving them that smaller, you are not only giving them the size for them to pick, but you are also giving them the size that is giving them more nutrient that they need to grow well. Giving them wrong, you will not. Sometimes people take the bigger size, blend it or grind it into smaller pieces and give it to the fish. That is not the best way, because even if they are able to swallow it because you have broken it down, what about the nutritional proportion? So now the pelleted feed also comes in several forms. There are three major ones. We have the floating pelleted feed. The floating one, as the name suggests, when you throw it into the fish pond, it is on the surface. So the fish will come up there and pick it up. Tilapia and catfish both use it. So it is the most recommended one because you are able to monitor how the fish are consuming the feed. If they are not eating, you can tell. If they are eating, you can tell. And if there's a leftover, you can easily pick it up from the pond. Now the second one is the sinking feed. With the sinking feed, when the feed is thrown into the pond, it goes in the bottom, so you can't see it. So it is good for inside or bottom feeders. Catfish is one of them, but catfish, they feed in the bottom and at the center and they feed on top. So that way it sinks. So when they are eating or not, you can't tell. That's a disadvantage, but it is less expensive. For instance, when you compare to the cost of floating, it's less expensive. And the third one is slow sinking feed. That way it also sinks, but it doesn't sink faster. It will be going down gradually to the bottom. So these are the three major types of pelleted feed. And I said the most recommended one, and which is even the common one for almost all the commercial feed producers are producing, is the floating one. Now let's look at another type of feed. We have the live and insect feed. The live and insect feed are made out of feed from other living organisms. You can produce them and feed your fish. For instance, shrimp. People use shrimp to feed fry and fingerlings or fish in general, and they are good for them. Maggots. You can use maggots to feed them. Black soldier fly. People use it to form maggots and feed their fish, fries and their fish. Worms, earthworms, all of this, and even fish, meat, and all that, you can feed them. But what I will not recommend is to depend solely on this. You can have those ones as supplementary feed. Because if you keep giving them such, especially meat and those stuff, you're also teaching your fish, especially catfish, to be more cannibalistic. Because you're training them to feed on flesh. And when they are used to that, they can feed themselves as well, which they are always been doing. Now, apart from the live and insect feed, we also have plant-based feed. You can grow plants, aquatic plants, and feed your fish as supplementary feed. Common one is azolla. We also have duckweed and many others. So you can use this and feed your fish, and they'll be healthy and they'll be growing, and that will cut down the cost of commercial feed. You can also have self-made feed, where you get ingredients such as soya beans, corn flour, fish meal, all this, put them together and make your own feed. We can't discuss all that in this course. We'll probably make another course on that, but just introducing you to that to know. Now, you can depend solely on a commercial feed, or you can blend some of these ones to supplement and to cut down your costs. The most easier one is to grow azolla or duckweed. Just get another pond or just make something on the ground that can hold water. Introduce them in that, grow, use it to feed your fish. So you will have your commercial feed, but that one will serve as supplementary. So it will reduce or bring down the cost of the feed. Now let's look at the nutritional proportion of the feed. The feed is made out of several nutritional components. The most important one is protein. And like I mentioned, if they are still fry and fingerlings, they are smaller, you need more protein for growth. And for that matter, fry and fingerlings, they are required to have about 35 to 45% of the total feed nutrients. And when they grow, it reduces. But despite that, protein will also be the highest. Now also have carbohydrate. We can also take about 28 to 35, 28 to 35% of the total feed nutrient for the fish. And then the rest, we can distribute it amount. We have fat, we have fiber that is in digestion, and a lot of protein. Now, how do you determine the feed contains that? If I buy the commercial feed, every quality commercial feed should have all these labeled. The amount of protein, the amount of fat, the amount of carbohydrate, fiber, and all that. You look at it and then you purchase. When you're also buying, make sure you check the expiring date to make sure that the feed is still in a good range. If it's less than 2 months or 1 month to expire, please don't buy it. You can poison your fish. The quality of the feed should correspond with what it's said to be. For instance, if they say it is floating feed, when you throw it on the pond, it should be floating. When they say it is sinking, it should be sinking. If it does otherwise, then out of the quality of the feed. All this, if you follow that, you ensure you get the right quality. Now, categories of feed. We have 3 major categories. We have the starter feed, which ranges from 0.2 mm to 1 mm. And this is good for fry, that's when you hatch them smaller, and fingerlings. That's the first category. Then we have the second category, which is the grower feed, which is from 2.0 to 4 mm. And it is also made for juveniles and sub-adult fish. They have not grown to adults, but sub-adult. So consider that. Then we have the finisher feed, which is for adult feed or table size feed, for adult fish and table size fish. And it is ranging from 5 to 8 or 12 mm, because most of the times it ends at 8, but some places they have up to 12 mm pelleted. So it all depends. So these are the three. And the age or the size of the fish should determine the one you are going for. In this lesson 2, we shall talk about how to feed your fish correctly. Before I introduce you and I demonstrate how to feed them correctly for you, let you understand the importance of feeding correctly. Let's see the dangers of overfeeding your fish. When you overfeed your fish, the leftover feed will decompose into the pond, and therefore the water quality in the pond will be jeopardized. It will introduce high ammonia, and when it introduces high ammonia, it will reduce dissolved oxygen, and for that matter, it can lead to disease, stress, and mortality. So avoiding that is so important. If you also overfeed your fish, you are wasting your feed, which is costly. If you underfeed your fish too, they will not grow better. They will not grow faster. But I always say, underfeeding is quite better than overfeeding, because when you underfeed, even though they won't grow faster, but they won't die. Unlike when you overfeed them. So starting the balance is better. And by the end of the lesson, I will demonstrate to you how to extract the balance of overfeeding and underfeeding. Now let's look at frequency of feeding. How frequent or how many times do you feed your fish in a day? I will say it depends on the stage of your fish. If they are fry and fingerless, they have little stomach, they eat smaller, and it digests faster, and they need more. So at that stage, I recommend you can feed them 3 to 4 times daily. At least 3 times, morning, afternoon, evening. But make sure you give them small. Don't over give them. Later in the afternoon, give, in the evening, give. When they grow to juvenile, at that time, they can take more, and for that matter, digestion will be slower. Because of that, you can now feed them twice a day. You can feed them morning and evening, but give them enough in the morning that can keep them in the evening, and the evening give them enough that can keep them till the following morning. And when they grow to bigger fish or adult fish, you can now feed them once a day. You choose evening or morning, but give them enough quantity that when they consume, they can keep it till the following day. But you can also feed them twice, but I prefer once, but I give them enough. They grow faster, and that will digest faster as well. Now, having mentioned that, what time do you feed your fish? I have stated that morning, evening, ideal. If the 3 times, add afternoon. But the best thing is when the sun is hot or the temperature is very hot, it's not ideal to feed your fish, because that time they are stressed. And that time their metabolism or their feed conversion ratio is lower. It's not also ideal when the temperature is very cold to feed your fish. Harmattan season or a very cold season, depending on where you are. If you feed the fish, that time too, metabolism is low and they don't release the feed already. You are giving them more. That time too is so ideal. So make sure that it's not too hot, it's not too cold, and that preferable, say morning and evening. For the time, it's up to you. But if I'm feeding twice a day, I prefer choosing 8 a.m. in the morning and 5 p.m. in the evening. It depends on your location and your preference or your time. But this is what I do. Now, how do you feed your fish to avoid overfeeding? That's the feeding technique. Now, I'm going to introduce you to several feeding techniques. Most beginners, they will tell you that you should measure this gram and pour and give them if there's a stage. I don't ascribe to that. I don't believe in that because most of the time the fish do not have the same appetite at the same time. You may measure 500 grams and give them this morning. Even if you measure 500 grams, give it to them and they will eat. Or they need more. It depends. So the best I do is use the responsive feeding method. You give them small at a time and observe how they take it. If they take it and they need more, then you give. And be observing. Once they slow down and you can sell some on the surface, then you stop. When you pick the remaining, that's it. And the responsive feeding method, you can do spot feeding. Spot feeding is putting the feed at just one place and all the fish will gather there to take it. That way you can monitor their health and how their reaction. But the thing about that is that, which I don't prefer, I'll tell you my preferred one, which I don't prefer is some are likely not to get the feed. Because when you start, some are from this end coming, some are from this end coming. Those earlier ones, they will eat, and all of a sudden they will overeat, others will not get. And sometimes so it is survival of the fittest in the water. So when you give them at that spot, the stronger ones will always take it, and the weaker one will not get because they have to hide somewhere for the stronger ones to finish before they come. And by the time they come, you end it giving them. So the one I recommend is the broadcast method. You use the broadcast, but you still observe them. So you spread it. So wherever which corner the fish is, they will reach it, and they can spread. And that way too, you can still monitor how they are behaving. But don't just come and throw everything once. Throw small, see how they are reaction, and you give them more at different corners so that either weak or strong, wherever it is, the fish can get it. That's my preferred one. You can choose for yourself, but this is to guide you. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have found value. Thank you. The last thing we'll talk about this model of feed and nutrition is feed conversion ratio. What is feed conversion ratio? Feed conversion ratio is how the fish are able to convert the feed you are giving them into body weight. And we calculate that the amount of feed that you give them, how many energy have they converted it to? So the more they convert the feed that you are giving them into body weight, the faster they will grow and the more they will make good use of the feed. So it's always good when you are feeding them to keep measuring them, their weight, to see whether the feed that they are taking, they are actually being taking it to weight. And now, how do you ensure that the feed conversion ratio is high or they always convert it to body weight? First and foremost, give them quality and digestible feed. The feed that you're giving them should be easy to digest and it should be quality enough that contains all the nutrients. That way, they can always convert it to body weight. Secondly, try to avoid overstocking your fish. When you overstock them and they're competing for the space, the feed, and they're producing more waste, that way too, you will not be able to convert it to body weight. Also, try to maintain clean and good water for them. If the water is not conducive for them, when they eat or when they take in the feed, they'll not be able to convert it to body weight because the water is not good for them and they will always be stressed in the water. So make sure you keep good water quality. That way, if you ensure you practice all this, then your fish are going to always convert the feed into body weight. And for that matter, the feed will not get wasted and they will always grow faster. And as much as possible, try to reduce stress. Reducing stress has to do with anything that we will do that will put the fish up stress. Try to avoid that as possible. Always putting pressure on the pond. Try to avoid that. And in case that you want to take them through stress, like you are going to sort them, you are going to harvest them, you are going to treat them, do that gently. Don't be too much on them because it will give them more stress. When you give them feed, they can convert it. Thank you very much for watching. We will move to our next model. Thank you. It is very disheartening to see your fish dying, especially when they are dying in masses or in large quantities. And this will only happen as a result of poor health issues. So getting the health best practices of your fish farm will not only prevent your fish from dying, but it will also go a long way to give you high profit. In this module 6 of the complete fish farming course, we are going to look at the best health practices, how to identify common diseases, and then how to prevent these diseases. If you're able to get this right, then you are rest assured that you can keep the mortality of your farm to even 5% or less. But if you don't get these things right, you are likely to have high mortality up to 50 or even 90%, which is very, very, very disheartening, like I said. So we are going to break the models down into 4 lessons. And the first lesson, we shall talk about the common diseases and their symptoms. And then finally, we shall look at how to prevent them. Now, the common diseases, we are going to categorize them into major ones. So under each major ones, there are subheaders, but we'll group them because at the end, most of them share the same symptoms and common prevention methods and common causes. So you are able to get the general overview of the causes, the symptoms, and then how to prevent them. You are safe from any of these. The first major one we want to talk about is the bacterial diseases. So, under that bacterial disease, these are diseases that are caused by bacteria. And the common disease under the bacteria, we have the what we call culinary diseases, which is commonly known as cotton wool diseases. And these cotton wool diseases, when you observe in the body of the fish, you will see marks or symptoms like cotton. That's why they give it that name. And under this bacterial diseases, we also have fin rot. Fin rot. And the fin rot, when you observe the fin of your fish, either catfish or tilapia, but mostly common in catfish, when you observe the fins, you will see that the fins are rotten and there are sores in the fins. And that is the symptom two. And the last one under the bacteria disease, bacteria hemorrhagic septicemia. That is it. So now, if you look at all these things, they are major caused by poor water quality and stress. So now, if you're able to control the quality of your water, then you'll be free of these diseases. Under the major diseases, we also have parasite diseases. And these parasite diseases, there are also diseases that are caused by parasites. Yes. So the common ones, we have the itch or the white spot diseases. Either we call it itch and commonly called white spot diseases. And you observe in the body of the fish, either catfish or tilapia, you will see some spots, which tends to white. So that's why I said white spot diseases. This is also caused mostly by poor water. Now, we under the bacterial diseases, now under the parasite diseases, we also have anchor worms. Anchor worms. Some people just say worms. And when you observe these worms, or if you look at the skin of the fish, you will see tiny lines inside them that looks like worms. They could be green in color or white in color, but you will see the line of worms on the skin of the fish. So that is the one of the parasite diseases. And we also have the fish lice. Fish lice. Yes, there are also parasite that has inside. So this one, instead of being in line like worms, they are and they are inside the body. Now all these, like I said, mostly either caused by poor water or stress. Now, under the major cause, we also have fungal diseases. And these fungal diseases, the common one we have water mold, also known as saprotonia. Saprotonia or water mold. This is also one of the diseases under the fungal diseases. So, the last category we shall talk about is the viral diseases. And under the viral disease, we have the tilapia lake virus. Tilapia lake virus, this disease is common or is in tilapia. It's not common in catfish. So the virus affects tilapia and then it causes high mortality. So now have a look at these diseases and their symptoms or how to identify them. And like I said, for the common causes, we have poor water quality. Now, these diseases just doesn't come at once. It gives you symptoms. It gives you warnings. So when you see the warnings, then you act fast. So now I'm going to take you through how to identify these diseases early. So if you identify them as the early stage, then prevention becomes easier. So now, first of all, you have to look at the swimming patterns of the fish. The swimming pattern of the fish. Look at how the fish are swimming. If they are reluctant, or if they are dull, or they are not active, either catfish or tilapia, and they are very weak, to an extent that you can even put your hand there and pick the fish. Very not active. It means that that's a major sign of diseases. Because even if they are swimming in the surface, once you get there, they try to go away. Even when you put your hand or even net, scooping net to harvest them, they run away. That situation where they are very mal that you can even just use your hand and pick them, this is a sign of weakness and sign of diseases. So you have to act or provide solution. We also look at the feeding behavior of the fish or their feeding activities. When you are feeding them, if it is catfish, they are supposed to be reacting vigorously or actively to the feed, picking it actively. Now, situation where you come, you give them the feed, they are not active. So there are several things. It could be that they are not hungry or they don't have high appetite. But if they have appetite or if they are hungry and they are not eating and they lose appetite, it means that there's something wrong with them. So when you observe that for 2 or 3 times, they are not responding to feed, it means that there's something wrong. You have to act fast. But tilapia, they do not react vigorously to feed like that. You throw and they are rushing in. No. For them, they are the shy feeders. We call them shy feeders because when you give them the feed, they are not active in eating, but they eat. Even sometimes, even when you are present or people are around, they will not even come to eat. If it's a floating feed, they will just be picking a one. But the moment you move away, within 5-10 minutes, and you come back, you will not see feed again. They will take everything because they are the shy type. So a situation where you give them feed too, 20 to 30 minutes, the feed is also still floating. They have not taken. There is clear indication that they are not taking the feed. It means that there's something wrong with them. So first, if they don't just assume that it is diseases or they have lost appetite. It's probably the weather is so conducive for them, or maybe they have not digested the previous meal. So give them the benefit of the doubt. Give them some time. But later or 2, 3 times they still refuse to eat or they refuse to eat much. It means that this is a sign of diseases and you have to provide solution. We also look at how to prevent or how to provide measures to stop that. Now, also look at the physical appearance of the fish. If you notice when I was counting or giving the symptoms of the diseases, I mentioned several appearance on the skin, such as the worms, where you see the marks of the worm. Sometimes we also talk about the fin rots, where you see the fin sores in them or rotten, or the white spot or the cottonwood. All these are signs on the skin. So if you observe the physical appearance of the fish and you notice that some or most of the fish are having this, it means that that is a sign of diseases. You need to provide preventive methods before they escalate and you have mass mortality. Also look at the gill movement. Gill movement, we all know that fish absorb oxygen through the gills. When the gills, when the water enters the mouth, pass through the gills, through there they absorb the oxygen. That's how they breathe. If I want to put it in a layman. So now, if the gills are not functioning well, you notice that the gills are not moving the best way. it means that there's something wrong and their respiration system is not good. So act fast. If not, you are going to lose your fish. The last thing you have to also look at to observe is their social behavior. Look, if you have ever had water in a very transparent, if you have ever had fish in a very transparent water, most tilapia like doing that. Catfish are also, but most tilapia, most of them, they like moving in groups. Yes, in groups, in categories. And sometimes you find them, those that are bigger, they like moving together. Smaller, they like moving together. Mostly, they like moving together, both catfish and tilapia, but commonly in tilapia. Now, when you notice that there's one particular fish, or some of the fish, they don't just belong to any group. They always isolate. If you try to push them, if the others try to come or bring them closer, they shy away. It means that there's something wrong with them. Probably they are diseased and they are not active. So you need to act fast. If you want to not provide, if you find majority of them that way, it means that you have to provide solution. Now, this lesson we have looked at the common diseases, how to identify them at the early stage. Now, our next lesson, we shall talk about how to prevent these diseases or prevention tips. They say what prevention is better than cure. We look at measures to do to avoid that. And when it happens, how do you ensure that? So please watch out the next one. Thank you. As the saying always goes, prevention is better than cure. This is true. And it's not only applicable to human, it is also applicable to fish. What do I mean by prevention is better than cure? In fact, if there's disease in your fish, there's a certain stage or certain level when the disease gets into that stage, it is very, very difficult to avoid the fish or to prevent them from dying. They will die even if you are not lucky in all or in high rate. So there's always the best method, and that is prevent that from happening. Provide certain measures that will not even lead you to a stage where you cannot even prevent your fish from dying. And in this lesson or this video, that is what we are going to take you through how to prevent the disease in the first place so that you will not even encounter them, not to talk of experiencing them. And finally, if you experience them, how do you even prevent that? Now, the first and foremost, which is non-negotiable, is water quality management. This is the first thing. If you look at my previous video, where I talk about common fish diseases and symptoms, you could notice that most of the causes, most of the causes are from poor water quality. Yes, that is it. Because water is life when it comes to fish. So if the water quality is lower, then don't expect your fish to do well. So make sure that you always have the best water quality possible. In that way, you will be sure that your fish will be healthy. In fact, we can look at our previous lessons where we talk about water quality management and how to do it. But here we're not going to provide details in that. Check that out. But we'll provide you with few tips to ensure good water quality. The first has to do with it's good you have filtration and aeration system. RAS. This is a RAS working. Yes, it is filtering and it is recycling. This water dropping, it comes out in the chamber here and it filters and gets back. This is purifying the water. This water has been here for several months now, but it is still healthy and the fish are doing well because the RAS is working. This is one of the best ways to have better water quality. Now, if you don't have this system, the regular change of water is best for you. Also, make sure that you feed them, you don't always overfeed your fish. If I say overfeeding, we still come there, but when you give them more than they are required, they eat and they leave the rest. The rest will decompose and it will bring water crisis. And try to always make sure that you test the water to ensure that all the water parameters are accurate. The dissolved oxygen, the pH, that's potential of hydrogen, that's what we call pH, the nitrogen, all these parameters, the temperature, they are in good range. We have several videos or several lessons will talk about these parameters and the best ways. Mostly the pH, even if you don't have anything, I have pH tester and it gives you the pH, you can estimate the others. Because the best always 6.5 to 8.5 if pph. If it is above that, it is dangerous. Now, if all the water parameters are accurate, everything is all right, then that is the number one and the best way of helping or keeping your fish from disease. The second one is stocking density. Make sure that you always stock your fish the right way. Try to always avoid overstocking because overstocking can lead to diseases. There will not be enough space for them. They will be competing for resources, oxygen. They will be competing for feed and the rest and space. So this there will be cannibalism, which is also one of the losses. And also, if there's a disease in one fish, it can easily spread across all the fish because you are overstocked them. So try to always ensure that you stock your fish the right way. Check out the other lesson. We have talked about how to calculate the stocking density. But to give you the tip, make sure that in make sure that in every 100 liters of water, you put 10 fish there. That way, you'll be safe. Even if you even stock lesser, that's even the best way. Your fish will grow faster and better. But avoid overstocking if you want to prevent diseases from occurring in your farm. Now, the third one is nutrition and feed quality. Nutrition and feeding practice. Nutrition has to do with the feed you give them. It is not always all feed that are best. Sometimes the fish will eat off feed given them, especially catfish. But you have to be sure that the feed that you are giving them it is of the best quality and it contains the right nutritional proportion. For instance, the best fish quality fish feed for catfish is always about 28 to 35 protein or 28 to 32 protein or 35, that's fine. And then for tilapia, only about 28 to 30 protein, and then the rest will be distributed. Lesser than that for any of them is not ideal. The feed will be given, the fish will take them, the feed all right, but it might not be okay for them. And that is why you should always avoid giving your fish anything. A lot of common mistakes people are doing is that because they believe catfish, they consume anything. It's even household waste. So anytime there's leftover feed or there's household waste, they come and give it to them. They eat. Like, yes, they eat. But sometimes you need to be very careful. I'm not telling you cannot feed them with it, but you should be very careful. Otherwise, you might introduce disease into your fish that can kill your fish. Now, this is two in one. We talk about the nutrition, and then the other aspect is the feeding practice. Always try to avoid overfeeding. Like I said earlier, if you overfeed your fish, they will always die because it will increase ammonia, and ammonia, when it is high in the water, it will reduce oxygen. And when the oxygen is lower, you know the consequences: suffocating and dying. Diseases will be common. So make sure that you practice the best feeding method. Because if you also underfeed, your fish will not grow well. But I always say that underfeeding is always better than overfeeding. Because if you underfeed, they will not grow well, but they won't die. But if you overfeed them, they will die because you have water quality issues. So make sure that you always assert the balance. And to do that, have the responsive feeding method where you give them small at a time, observe how they feed, then you give them more, and to notice that they are satisfied. That's the best way. We have a lot of videos on that. Check that one. The other thing is that environmental threat reduction. Ensure that, look, if you are rearing fish, especially catfish, especially in the tapoli pond, just come there when they are not expecting you. If it's in the night, just use your leg or something and tick the tapoli or the and then you see them rush. Good, 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 good. Yes. Not even only tapoli. So when you even notice that there's unexpected noise, either a spark of machine or big machinery or vehicle. Unexpectedly it sparks. They will rush. Grr, 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 grr. They will continue rushing. If the noise keeps to a level, they know that it has come to stay or it's not come to harm them, then they will cool down. What is this telling you? It means that it's not conducive for them. So these are environmental factors. If you don't control that, these are just aspect of that. There are a lot. If you don't control that, you are likely to have problems. And then also the environmental thing is that we need to control visitors and pests. Yes, if you can prevent a lot of people from coming to your farm, it's fine. Yes, because if you allow people to come, if you cannot prevent totally, allow people to come, then you need to monitor what they do there. Let them know what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do. Because the consequences is that as a lot of people are coming in there, either intentional or unintentionally, they can contaminate the water. I'm saying intentional because someone can intentionally drop something in the pond, knowing very well that that thing is not good. It could be poison, and that can kill the fish. This is intentional. Unintentional because someone can just throw something in there like feet. Something like, oh, there's no catfish, they eat anything. The person throw, let's say, bread or something. The person intentionally starts to kill them or to introduce disease, but he's there to feed them, and that can contaminate the water. Or people come there, they put their hand in the water. The hand can introduce viruses into the water, and that virus can kill the fish. I'm also saying control pests because when pests come, that's the predators. When they descend into the pond and they pick the fish, they do not only eat the fish, but sometimes they also contaminate the water, and that can lead to disease and the killing of the fish. So always prevent by providing the predators net, cover the ponds so that when pests or when animals or birds come, this net will serve as barrier. They will not have direct access to the pond in order to contaminate the water. If you ensure all this, you are likely to minimize the effects of the environment, and that also can lead to diseases and mortality. The last one I have to also talk about is sanitization practices. Always sanitize the equipment that you use in your pond. For instance, the scooping net, you are not using it every day. So it has been lying somewhere for several days or even say weeks. Now you are going to use it in the pond. You don't know what happens to it as it is lying there. First of all, that's why you need to have proper place to store your things or equipment. But despite that, when you are coming to put it in the water, it's not been using. It could be virus in there which you can see with your naked eyes. Putting it in the pond can contaminate the water. So the best thing you have to do is that disinfect that. And you can simply use salt solution and rub the surfaces and use it. That's fine. Your feeding things. That's why personally I recommend that you just have a cup, something like this, to always feed your fish. Then have a container, fetch it in, fetch the feed with it, use this, fetch it, and throw in the water. And make sure that the containers that you are using to feed your fish, you use it for only that purpose. After you are done, put it back in the container, close it until you are going to feed again. Avoid using that same container for different things because you can contaminate the water. And when you use it for something else and you are coming to use it again, sanitize it please. Disinfect it please. Otherwise, you may introduce diseases that can lead to mortality. I've used scooping nets or cap because that's common. There are others like water. Waters are waterproof materials. They are like this one, but this is not water. When you are going into your pond, you put it on, then you will not get wet and you can go do whatever you want. Before you put it in and go inside there, disinfect it. Like I said, with salt solution, or if you have any disinfectant. But make sure that you avoid chemical disinfectants because that can also kill your fish. That's why I simply use the natural remedy, which is always best. If you disinfect that, then you are good to go and now go in. If you ensure all these measures and you follow these guidelines, you will be able to prevent diseases or infection in your pond, and that can lead to mortality. You will understand that water quality is very paramount when it comes to fish farming. In fact, if you are wondering how to get the best water quality, that is why I have made the DIY, that is do it yourself, filtration and aeration system. In fact, in this master class, I have shown you how to do your own filtration aeration system. In simple, recirculating aquaculture system using local materials which you can easily acquire. I've taken you through practical and everything that you need to know. And if you wonder how to get this course, the link in the description. Click on the link or check it out on the screen. And in fact, enroll in that course and you will learn everything that you know to set up your own filtration system to your farm. And that will save you tons of water and also make your fish grow better. Check it out in the description. Now let's proceed. It is not always our wish that diseases attack our fish. But anytime you are thinking about rain, also think about storm because the wind that brings the water or the rain is the same wind that raises the dust or the storm. So think about that. We don't wish that it happens, but sometimes it does. So in this lesson, I'll take you through when you face disease in your farm, how do you prevent or how do you treat them? And I'm going to take you through two major categories, the natural way and the chemical way. And I prefer the natural way. So I'll give more emphasis on that. And I can give you measures that you can take naturally, which is affordable and also best practice to provide treatment for your fish. And then I'll talk about the chemical ones too. So stay watching and stay blessed. My name is Abdulaziz Issa. I'm the facilitator of this complete and comprehensive fish farming course. Please, I've been running farms and providing consultancy service for several years. So with that experience that I've given you this information. So I'm not giving you information based on theories, but things that I have personal use and believe in. And some, yes, I've not used them, but I've seen others and use them and they have worked best for them. That's why I'm recommending. So please, if you subscribe to the channel, please do so. Now, under the natural way, the first thing you have to note is that you can always treat your fish with salt. Salt, that's the normal salt. It's even best with the uniodized salt. It could be the stone ones or the powder ones, any, that's fine. You can always use the salt to release the fish from general stress and also the infections, the skin infections, the rottens and these things. Salt solution can cure that. Now, I'm going to show you several ways of using the salt to treat your fish. First of all, the common one is that you can just throw the salt in the pot. But it is not my best practice or my best recommendation because when you throw in there, it will settle on the bottom of the pot and it will take longer time to dissolve. So the effectiveness might be low. You can still do it, but it's not the best way. It's a lazier way. So the best way I recommend is also two times. First, if you want to ensure best effectiveness, you can dissolve the water, you can dissolve the salt in the water in a container and bring the fish in there. We call it salt dip. Put the fish, you have a high concentration. Just put the fish there for, if it's a high concentration, at most 1 minute, at most. So 10 seconds and take them out again and put them back in the pot. You can have that way. But what I usually do is that I put it in the pot, but I will dissolve the water. I will dissolve the salt in the water, and I make sure that the water level in the pond is reduced because it is always best to have 3 to 5 grams per liter. That is maybe 5. If I say 3 to 5, 3 to 5 grams of salt in 1 liter of water. Yes. So you can do that measurement. But most of the times, from the layman, sometimes we always just look at it and assume this is okay and you measure. But if you want the measurement, that's what I'm giving you. 3 to 5, at most 5 grams. Dissolve it and then add it to 1 liter of water. So if you know that your water, the pond water, the pond is containing 100 liters. Example, that means that we need about 500 grams of salt to do that. I'm giving you an example. So that is another way. So these are the ways that you can treat your fish with that. So if the water level is low and you put them in, you can allow them to swim in there for 2 to 3 hours. Then everything has entered them, and then you can add top them water. But please note, in as much as salt treats fish, it also kills fish. That's why when we have a fish and want to process or sort of kill them, we use salt. You add the raw salt in there and to burn them, and you see them for and then for an hour or 30 minutes to an hour time, they all die. That is it. So if you're also applying them in the pond, if you make it too high, they can also kill them. So please note, because it has a certain concentration. If it is above that, it is dangerous. Yes, and the concentration is that if it's catfish, it is not ideal for it to be above 0.09 pp. It should be 0. For if the tilapia, they can survive in a salt that contains 0.1. Yes, but anything for that can kill catfish. So take note. So don't also overdose. The second one, which also my favorite, is bitter leaves as a natural way. Bitter leaves we also used to treat fish, and it also applies in just these ways. I'll take you through 3 ways of applying. I've used the 2 methods, but the last one I haven't, but it is proven to be working. The first one and my lovely one is that I will take the fresh leaf, put it in a mortar, and use a pestle and grind everything. Or someone say blend, you can also blend. If you want to save power, why not use the mortar? Or you can blend it. The best, what is just good is that turn it into, just turn the fresh leaves into mesh, just mash it together. Add water, then remove the fiber of it, the seaweed, take it out, and add the water into their pond. And again, it's good the water level is low so that you can put more, and then they'll swim in it for 2 3 hours, even 4 hours. They'll swim in it before you top it up, just like a salt. That's fine. And that's my first method, and I'll be using. The second one, that one has to do with when the fish are mature, they are growth enough, like catfish, they eat anything. So when they are big enough, and you notice that they have stomach ulcer, or they have stomach swollen, or they have stomach pains. And again, bitter leaves, I didn't say in the beginning, it also releases stress, and it also is antibacterial. So it kills bacteria and also parasites. So you use it to treat parasite disease, like those I mentioned earlier. So when you put it there, they swim in it, and then you top it up. So now this one that I'm talking of, when they are grow and they're mature, they're big enough to chew the leaves. So you can just take it and then take the leaves, cut the leaf into pieces. You can just tear it and put it in the water, and they will swallow it. And that is even the best because it goes direct into their intestines, especially if they have stomach problems, then that can kill them. But the only thing is that if you are going to use that way, first of all, make sure that they are growing enough. If they are small, they can't. Second, make sure that they are hungry. Don't feed them. If they are not hungry and you give it to them, don't mind. Starve them. Don't give them feed for that day. But if you want to do it in the afternoon, in the morning, or in the evening, in the morning, feed them. Let them be hungry. So now when you give it to them, they take it as feed. Yes, and to eat it and to cure them. But the moment that you give them feed and they are satisfied and you give it to them, they don't mind you. That's my experience. Yes. And the last thing, which I have not also used, but have seen people using and recommend that is that you boil the leaves, put it on fire, boil it very well, take it down, allow it to cool, get it cool, and you add it in the water. That is it. I've never used that, but the recommendation I personally is given because I use and it proves is the blending or the mashing. And please take note, be cautious of getting your bitter leaves from the market. Know where you are getting it from. Avoid just going to the market and buying. Not only bitter leaves, even the things that you are going to use. Because if you're not lucky, there could be chemical mix in there that can kill your fish. I'm giving based on experience. I have a friend who's also a farmer. No, the person is in Zambia. He has been taking educative measures from me. So one particular time, he asked of bitter leaves, I recommend and show you how to do it. So unfortunately, he went to the market and he bought from the market woman just powder one. Or he said, yeah, he says supermarket powder moringa. Then he came and added to the fish. And he killed them. He quoted them and said, "You have made the greatest mistake. I told you, get fresh leaves. And it's good you even know where the fresh leaves is coming from. That's why bitter leaves you can grow it in your farm. It's easy to grow. Just cut the stem and put it and it will grow. Or get it from other farmer or household where they have this is the leaves and then you get that. Because the market can kill your fish. Avoid that. If you're using the market one, ensure to know what it entails. If it's just fresh from the farm, then you can go ahead and use. Now, I told you that under the natural, I'll show you two that I have used personal, another one that I've not used, and that one is lime. We also use lime to treat fish. First, it is used as disinfectant. Disinfectant because if you notice that there are bacteria in your pond and you want to disinfect it, you can add the lime in the water and then rub the surface and disinfect it. Lime is also used to adjust the pH of the water. If you notice that the pH of your water is higher, unexpected higher, you can also use lime. Just drop limes in water and add it in the pond water. And for a while, if you measure, you will notice that it will help bring down the pH of your water. Yes. So these things after using, like I said, but it is also best you can also use that. Now, these are the natural ones. I've talked about salt, how to use salt and what it does. We also talk about bitter leaves and lime. Now, the last one, with the chemical one, I'd have to talk about is the antibiotics, whichever fish farmer knows. They introduce you to antibiotics. Antibiotics are the chemical ones that are manufactured, which are used to cure fish, to relieve them from stress. And they come in several forms. I will not mention because I will not give particular brands because they're also doing their marketing. Also, so you can just encounter from you can also ask your veterinary or your aquaculture expert show you, or just go to the shop, tell them doing antibiotic for what are they. If the person knows, you ask what the fish, and then you tell them they can recommend for you, and you apply it, and you are good to go. And the common one, like I said earlier, I will not give you specific ones. Yes. So please make sure that you take this serious. So if you are facing any disease, apply this and you are good to go and your water will be safe. I thank you so much for watching. And we shall look at our next lesson where we can talk about quarantine measures. How to quarantine either sick fish or new fish to ensure best practices to avoid sick and to prevent them from happening. Please, thank you so much for watching. When the COVID-19 started spreading in 2019, a lot of new terminologies emerges. In other words, became common. And one of them is quarantine. In fact, most people, including myself, that was when the word became common among us. And by then, I wasn't in fish farming. I didn't know this is not only applicable to human. I didn't know even fish will quarantine them. You don't only quarantine human when we expect that there is contagious disease in them. Even fish will quarantine. This lesson or this video, we will talk about these quarantine measures, how to prevent that, how to do it best way, and then why you should even do it for the first place. In the first place, why is it necessary? We quarantine fish because you don't want it to spread diseases among other fish. Because the fish, as they are stock, they are in a confined place. So if there's other diseases in fish, or if there's fish that carries disease, and you put the fish inside in the stock ones, the disease can easily spread and kill the fish. So we quarantine fish through or several reasons. It could be when you bring new fish to your farm, don't hurry and add them to the fish you have stocked already. Probably they have carried something along, or they are stressed, and the stresses alone is subjecting them to diseases. So directly introducing them into the pond can lead to the spread of the diseases. So when we bring new fish, quarantine becomes important there. We also quarantine sick fish. If you notice there's a particular fish or some group of fish that are not feeling well, you can separate them or you can isolate them, quarantine them, provide them with treatment for some time. When they're okay, then put them back. So these are the two scenarios we quarantine fish. Now, how do you ensure the best practice? To ensure that you need to have your separate quarantine tank. Often, I use the RBC tank, the white tank, the plastic one. So when the fish comes, either fingerless, even most of the time you can even quarantine fingerless before you do them to the bigger pond. When you bring new fish, you could be fingerless or grown ones. Then you can add them there for a week or two, even sometimes up to a month, before transfer them to a bigger pond. If there's any diseases during that period, you can provide curing. And like I said, if there's also this fish already in your farm, but you notice that some of them are sick, you can take them, put them in the quarantine tank, provide the treatment, and you go. Now, you need to always observe to see or to notice if there are any sign of disease in them. So when you add them there, before you add them, make sure that you have good water in the pond or in the tank. The water quality is good. The parameters are okay to keep them. If not, you will even worsen their case. Make sure that you have enough aeration so that they are under treatment. So everything about them should be best. So if you can provide aeration, that is fine. You can also use the salt or the bitter leaves, like I said earlier, to give them to boost their immune system as they are in a quarantine tank. Now also disinfect the tank before adding them. So disinfection protocols, you can use the lime, like I said earlier, you can use salt bath or the tank before adding the water, or you can also wash it with soap and peat salt. And bitter salt. Please, soap is not always the way to go. But if you mix it with bitter salts, you can clean the IBC tank to take out if there's a new one, the chemicals, allow it and then swap it again and use it for your quarantine issues. Now, these ways will be good. And the last you have to do when they're in the tank is that also prevent predators. Make sure you provide predators net. Cover the pond with a net so that if there are bears or other predators that can come in there to prevent them from accessing, because they are there in a control, the small environment. So predators can easily pick them out. So if you ensure all this, then your quarantine will be successful. And like I said, quarantine duration could be just 1 week to 1 month period, depending on the disease or the activities of the fish. When they're there, you observe. When you notice that they're okay, then you can take them out and add them to the mother ones. So this is how to ensure quarantine. And that's the fourth lesson under the model 6 of the health management practice. Now, we shall look at our lesson. Often, one of the things that are overlooked in fish farming, which also contributes to the success of your fish farming, is record keeping. In this model of the comprehensive fish farming course, we shall look at record keeping and farm management. If you are new to this channel, my name is Abdulaziz Issa. And then you're welcome into this comprehensive course. In this course, we shall look at why it's even important to keep records for the first place. We shall also look at the lessons, and then we start to on there. So the first lesson number one, why do you have to keep records in the first place? First has to do with track growth and performance. If you are keeping records of your farm, that is, if you keep daily records of how your fish are growing, you are able to tell whether the fish they are growing in the highest speed or not. And when you look at the records, you can be able to tell whether you should increase the feed or the farm management or not. So records keeping will help you track growth and performance. It also helps you diagnose problems. If you are keeping the records such as diseases, mortality, and the rest, you are able to tell whether your fish there needs there is disease in them and what to do to correct them. So diagnosing diseases or problems are also part of the importance of or why you should keep records in your farm. It also helps you to plan stocking and harvesting. Planning stocking and harvesting, because if you keep records and you stock your fish till you harvest them, you are able to tell whether the fish that you have harvested and the amount of fish that you have stocked in that space is adequate. This will even help you more if you're able to have more than one cycle of production at different stocking density. You're able to tell which number is always the best, and that can help you to always stock the fish in the right way, not overstock and not understock. Cost management is also one of the reasons why you should keep records in your farm. Management, if you are keeping records, the feeding and those stuffs, at the end of the day, you are able to know how much you have gained and how much you have spent. Then you know whether you're making profits or loss. And for that matter, you're able to know how to manage the costs to always get more profit. So keeping records will help you do. And finally, compliance and funding. Compliance and funding. There are certain laws and regulations that needs your records. For instance, any tax revenue authority in any country most of the times requires you to have your financial records and even able to submit them at the end of the year, your returns. So if you don't have such records, how then do you comply to such regulations? Also, if you are looking for funders, most funds it requires that you are able to provide records, most especially financial records of your expenditure and income, that they can access that to be able to know whether the funding you merit it or not. Even when you are applying for bank loans, they all require this information. Now, if you don't keep records of your farm, it will be very tedious, if not impossible. It will be very difficult to get such funds to expand your farm. Therefore, records keeping is very important. I thank you so much for watching. I thank you so much for watching. Our next lesson to look at the types of records to keep in your farm. Welcome back to the lesson 2 under the model 7 of records keeping. In this model, we shall look at the types of records to keep in your farm. If you're a fish farmer, what type of records or what things should you record down for your future reference? That's what I'll take you through. And I will take you through what I have been keeping and things that are important you need to know when you are keeping such records. First, if you are going to keep the records, you have to record your stocking. If you are going to stock your fish, the very day that you are stocking your fish, you need to start the recording of your fish farm management. So when you are stocking, your stocking date, write it down. The quantity of fish stock, write it down. the source of the fish, write it down. If possible, the size or the weight of the fingerlings or the fish that you are stocking, write it down. Keep that records. The second thing you also have to keep is feeding. Your fish are definitely going to be fed all the time. So every day record the quantity of feed given, the frequency of feeding, especially let's say the time of feeding. Morning, let's say 8 a.m. you feed them, record it down, and record the quantity they have taken at that time. If you're using the cup measure, put it down. Any time measurement that you are given, record it down. If you record the afternoon, put it, evening, put it. If it's twice, write it down. So the quantity and the feeding is important, write it down. The source of the feed too, record it down. Yes. Now we have several brands. I mean that the brand of the feed, record it down. That will help. And the size of the feed. This at the end will also help you to know how many bags of 1 mm have they taken, 2 mm, 3 mm, up to the last feed. This will help you, especially if I'm making future decision as how many bags of feed to buy. So record the feeding quantity, the feeding schedule, the size of feed, the type of feed, and all this. Another thing you should record is growth. At least every month or even every week, record the growth of the fish. Like I said, on the stocking day, we record the size or the weight of the fish. Every week, if you can, fine. If you can, every 2 weeks. If you can, if nothing at all, every month, try to weigh to know the weight of the fish or the size of the fish and record it down. This will help you to track your growth. Whether the fish are growing the best way or not is important. Another important to keep is mortality. Every day or anytime you come to your farm and you find dead fish, record it down. The time you have found the fish, record it. The quantity of fish that is dead, record it. If there's one, record it. And then observe the fish. If you could see any trace of diseases, record that and what to observe. In the previous video, in the previous lesson, we talk about the types of diseases. Check if there's cannibalism. If the fish has been cannibalized or has been eaten by others, that is, if other part is not there, even that's cannibalism, you record that down. And at the end of the day, you'll be able to tell the mortality rate. And then, most importantly, also record your harvest and sales of your fish. When you're harvesting, or when you harvest, how many kilograms of fish have you recorded or have you harvested? Or tons of fish have you recorded? How many quantity in terms of pieces? How many pieces of fish have you harvested? And then against the sale, look at the price. How much per kilo did you sell your fish? Record that down. Have you sold all the harvested fish, or probably you have consumed some or whatever? Record everything down. Such records will help you in future greatly. So these are the major things or the major records that you have to keep in your farm. You can also record or also keep records of your water parameters. If you can't keep or if you can measure the water parameters and record it every day, but at least every week, try to record it. Know the pH of the water every morning, record them down. So if there are changes, you will know. And if there are changes, the time that the changes affect the fish, if you're keeping that record, you will know. All this will help you in future. So please, record keeping is very, very important. Thank you so much for watching. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. Let's move to our third lesson. In this video, we shall briefly talk about the tools that you should use to keep your records. Having talked about the importance of record keeping and some of the things you should record in the previous video or lesson, let's now talk about the simple tools that you have to use. Basically, I'll categorize it into two major tools: the traditional way and the modern or technological way. So the traditional way is simply using the paper and pen. So you can just have your book mostly, or I prefer full cap, which is big enough to create your tables, to keep the records, to have your book, you can record everything. Or you can also print out a log sheet. That log sheet can always serve as a book, or you can just write with a paper and pen. The advantage of this is that anywhere you can access it, whether internet or not, whether computer or not, you can keep it down and you can access it at any time. The second category, which is technological modernized tools. So with these modern tools, I also categorize it into two, online and offline. So with the offline, you can easily create tables on your computer or your phone without requiring internet. And basically, you can use Microsoft Word or Microsoft Excel or, or any of that. Then to keep records, just take it digital, put it there, and then you are good to go. This also doesn't require internet. As far as your computer or your PC or your phone is around, you can keep that record. But the only disadvantage is that in the situation where the machine breaks down, you stand a chance of losing that records. Now, also talk about the second records, which is now the best way, even though it has both advantages and disadvantages, is the online tools. You can leverage on online tools to keep your records using your mobile phone or your laptop or your PC. And that you can also use Google Doc, you can also use Google Excel, you can also use any of this. It could even be mobile application where you can keep records of your things. The only disadvantage is that in a place or a situation where there's no internet connection, if there's no internet connection at your farm, it's difficult to keep that. If there's no internet, that's always the best. It's always the best because you can access such records at any time, anywhere. And most especially if you are the owner of the farm and you are not always in the farm and there are people taking care of that, when the person or the people records there, you also have access to the record and you can always look at it. So it is always good, but like I said, it requires internet connection. And this one too, if that phone or that laptop got missing or breaks down, you can access the information through other device if you log in and then you have internet connection as well. That's why it's always the best. So you have to look at these methods and see the one that is best for you. Then you can take it up and then keep the records and it's going to help you. And thank you so much for watching. See you in my next lesson. Under records keeping is financial management. Financial management is very, very important for the continuation of your fish farm. If you're not able to manage your finances very well, be rest assured that you will get out of business sooner because you will not be getting any reason to keep your fish farm. Because your ultimate goal is to make profits. But at the end, when the profits start rolling in, just because of your negligence in financial records or financial management, then you are not going to break even. So in this, I'll have key concepts. We shall talk about some of the key concepts you should ensure to make sure that your financial management is accurate. I am not a financial expert, and for that matter, I will just give you the concepts that I am using and other fish farmers are using that you can always also take then to be successful. If you want to take it to the advanced level, then that's when you should consult financial experts to assist you through. But I will just guide you through based on my experience, then you can pick it up from there. But I am not in any way a financial coach or financial expert. So this is just a disclaimer. The key question you have to take note is budgeting. Don't just jump into your fish farming, just buying your pond, buying your fingerling, or whatever. Put down a budget. Estimate to know how much it will cost you to start the farm and to raise the fish to fingerlings. If you cannot do that, that's why we are there. Just contact us. We'll make that budget available for you. How much is required for a pond, fingerlings, scooping nets, feed, and even feed that can feed from beginning to the harvesting. So if you're able to take or to have this budget, in fact, you will know exactly, if not the exact amount, but at least it can give you a guide as to how much you are needed to have your farm run successfully. So budgeting is very important. Another important thing is you have to track expenses. Tracking expenses after you have gotten your budget down. Sometimes the items might not come at the same cost, especially if the budget is not at the time that you are spending it. You prepare the budget few months or even days before you are starting the farm. Certain times the cost of the items changes, either lesser or higher. So you need to track expenses, know how much you are putting in, compare that to your budget. So when you are expecting or tracking your expenses at the end of the day, then you will know how much you have actually spent toward the run of the farm. After knowing how much you have spent, the next important thing to know is you need to have the revenue records. Keeping revenue records, that is getting or keeping records of how much you have gained. Now, first you have track expenses, you have recorded that. Now you have recorded how much you have gained or your income. Now you can calculate to know your profit and loss. You can calculate to know whether you are making profits or you are making losses. You can calculate to know whether it's worth it or not. But let me tell you, this is not just to motivate you, but to encourage you. Your first harvest, probably second harvest, you might not be able to make profits. Why? Because the amount of money you are going to invest is higher. So definitely, if you compare to the gain, it's probably will be higher than the gain. But after your first harvest, subsequent harvest, you have the items, most of them already. So you have your pond, your filter system, and whatever. So you just then will buy your fingernails and your feet, and that will bring the cost down, and that can take the revenue up. And also you have to learn, and you can also ensure your mortality is low. All this will contribute. So don't let your first harvest, second harvest discourage you. You can still try and see what happens. But keeping track of cost of expenses and revenue or income will be able to tell whether you're making profit or loss. Now we also have cash flow management. How cash comes in and goes out. You need to be conscious about that. Be conscious about your cash in. Be conscious about cash out, especially cash out. Because if you don't take cash out seriously or cash flow seriously, the likelihood of you buying things that are not necessary, at the end of the day, you will find out that you are not making profit. Meanwhile, you cost it is higher. Things that are not necessary, avoid them. So your cash flow is very important. Your revenue and your income, try to manage that appropriately. That's why I said in the beginning that I'm not a financial coach or expert. You can contact an expert. Now, the last thing which is so important is savings and reinvestment. When you are selling your fish, don't be spending whilst going. Please save it till you finish selling. Then you can now know how much you have gotten. That's why you're able to tell your profit and loss. And when you are done, don't spend everything in different aspects or in different ways. You might not be able to restart. So try to push some of the money back into the farm because you need to buy other equipment and maintain others. So before you spend the money, make sure that you place these things, or you place this, or you buy these things, and you're not sure that the money that is left, I can use it for something else before you do that. If not, if you are in haste to spend your money, you are likely to spend everything, and at the end, you cannot start or you cannot continue your production again, which will kick you out of the business. Now, have a look at these key concepts. Some of the tools that you can use to ensure that you Google Excel sheet or Microsoft Excel sheet, any of that to keep that records. You can also use mobile application, or there are some certain banks that provide applications or software where you can keep the record to track the financial records. You can use that. There are free apps, either on PC or on phones, which can help you. So with these tools, you'll be able to have complete financial records keeping and records keeping in general for that. We are now getting to the most interesting part of this course, and of course, the ending of it. And this is model 8, which we shall talk about marketing and sales. Now, having looked at all the things that we have enumerated, setting up your farm, home management, record keeping, everything. At the end, you want to harvest your fish, market them, make sales, and make money. And it's as easy as that. It is only easy when you get it right. But when you get it wrong, it is the most, in fact, rough journey ever. It is the most uneasy journey so far. But if you get it wrong, but if you get it right, you are good to go. Now, under the marketing and sales, we shall look at several lessons. And we are going to begin with when and how to harvest your fish. This is very important. Having raised your fish to maturity, what time or when should you say that your fish are mature to harvest, and how do you harvest them? That's what we're going to look at in this lesson. So please stay watching. When it comes to maturity stage for harvesting your fish, even though we recommend based on maturity or based on majority view, but it doesn't limit to only that. The stage or the maturity stage of harvesting of fish depends on your market demand. So I will first recommend that you know the market demand of your locality before you can determine when or what size to harvest your fish. But generally, fish are harvested between 800 grams to 1.2 kilograms. This is most requirement for clients or for customers. Like I said, it depends on your location. But generally speaking, when your fish are 800 grams and above, we can say that they are mature to harvest. We can also talk about when the fish, you notice that they are just eating, but you don't see the increasing in size of the fish. At that time, we can say that your feet are being wasted. And the best decision, if you can get them right off at that time, is to sell them out. And that is also a time you can consider to sell. If your fish are mature, based on what we have recommended or based on your customers' demand, you are now ready to harvest. Then the question now lies, how do you harvest your fish? And to harvest your fish, you have two major ways. You either have partial harvest or complete harvest. Partial harvest means that you are not selling all the fish or you're not harvesting all the fish at that time. But complete harvest means you are harvesting everything. So if you're going to do harvest, partial harvest, what you have to do is that you have to drain the water, but not all. Leave some to keep the fish because you still need them. Then use your scooping net or your harvesting net to select the bigger ones because at that time you need to take right of the bigger ones. And since they will not be equal, especially if you are just sorting frequently, just take out the bigger ones, sell them out, and then prepare or allow the smaller ones to keep growing. So after setting them out, you top up the water and then you keep the small ones to continue growing. And if you're going to do complete harvest, at this time, you can drain all the water after you want to get rid of them. So if you drain all the water, then it is easier. You can just pick them with anything because if there's no water in them, they are no more difficult to handle. And now you that harvest, that's the complete harvest. After that, you do whatever you're going to do. Now that's the complete harvest. Now let's look at the best practices of harvesting your fish. If you're going to harvest, what are the best practices? First, you need to use clean tools. Clean tools, we talk about the basins or the places that you are going to keep the fish. Make sure that they are clean. Remember, the fish are food you are going to consume or the people are going to consume. So make sure that what you are going to harvest them in is clean as possible. So get your clean items, the nets or the scooping net or whatever net that you're going to harvest and use to harvest. Make sure that they are all clean. So after getting everything clean, then you have started setting up your journey. The next thing is to drain the water to the minimum, or drain everything out if I want to do it completely. If I want to have it completely, so drain the water out to the minimum, and then you are ready to go. Another thing you should have to also note, which is best practice, is that try to minimize stressing of the fish. For instance, if you are going to do partial harvest, you are going to harvest all the fish, please don't stress them. Even if you are going to do complete harvest, but they are still going to take them somewhere to keep them, please do not stress them. And to minimize stress, make sure that you are not running around the pond. Just corner them at the one corner of the pond. Use your net, either scooping or dragging net, and take them. Now, if your fish are more, they are many, and to ensure stress-free, I would recommend you use the dragging net, or you can just drag them to the corner and pick them at once. This is one of the best ways. Use dragging net. If you don't have dragging net, mosquito net, you can improvise. You can use mosquito net to also harvest. Now, having gotten that, then what you should also ensure is that try to harvest them either early morning or late evening. Avoid harvesting them when the sun is hot because you will stress them more. So do that. And then avoid delaying between harvest and selling. Please, if you don't get your customers or someone who is coming to buy your fish, don't harvest them. To harvest them whilst market or looking for someone is ridiculous, unless you want to kill them and refrigerate them. So make sure that you get the one going to buy ready, and not just based on promise that I'll buy them on this date. Then that very date you start harvesting your fish. Make sure that the customer is ready for the fish. In fact, he or she should even be in the farm or on the way, and you are sure that they are going to buy before you harvest. This is very important. It has ever happened to me. Someone promised me, in fact, a restaurant promised me that they'll buy my fish so and so date. So I asked them, oh, that day, should I get it? They said yes. So I drained my water in the morning, waiting for them to come. The fortunate thing is that I didn't harvest them. I only drained the water till they cannot come. That as I speak now, it's more than 1 year now. They never came. When I made follow-up data, they gave me stories. So imagine if I had harvested the fish, keeping them for them to come and pick, and they failed to come, what would have happened? So make sure that your fish, those going to buy, they are ready, you harvest, they buy. But don't harvest and keep them waiting. These are the best practices you should ensure. So if you ensure all this, then you are ready to sell or harvest your fish. So now let's move to lesson 2. We can talk about how to price your fish. Pricing of fish is very crucial, yet it is confusing for a lot of beginners. They don't know how to determine the price of their fish. In this video, I'll take you through how to price your fish. I shall look at the factors affecting the prices, and I will also look at the price models to use. So please, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. My name is Abdulaziz Issa. All we do here is to share paper tips based on our experience and research. How do you determine the price of your fish? We first of all look at the factors, and the factors affecting the price we first have to do with the size or the weight of your fish. The weight of the fish determine the price. Ideally, fish are sold per kilograms or per measurement, depending on location. But in Africa or in Ghana, we basically base our price on kilograms. And depending on your location, the price of the kilograms also varies. We'll still come to that. So if you are basing our price on kilograms, what it means is that a fish that is up to 1 kilogram, the price is different. A fish that is above 1 kilogram, the price is different. And fish that is lesser than 1 kilogram, the price is different. You see why I said factors affecting one has to do with the weight or the size of the fish. Take note of that. The second thing is the feed cost or the cost of production. When you're also going to price your fish, look at how much cost you have incurred in the production cycle, considering the cost of the fingerlings, the feed, and these things. If you consider that, then you look at how you are going to sell the fish so that you can break even, if not make profit, but you not run at loss. So look at the cost of production as one of the factors. Another factor is market demand. Sometimes you consider the market demand of the fish at that time. In fact, fish sometimes the cost is seasonal. There are times that the demand for fish is higher, and for that matter, the price as well. And there are times that the demand is lower and the price is lower. So if at the time that you are harvesting at the high demand time, you can increase or you can have your fish sold at higher price. And likewise, or vice versa. If you are harvesting at the time the demand is lower, be assured that your prices too will also be lower. So that's another thing you should also consider. Now also consider competition and location. How much are other farmers selling their fish at your location? If you determine that and you weigh that against other factors that I have enumerated, then you'll be rest assured that you price your fish in that range. Otherwise, if your price is higher whilst others are lower, the likelihood of customers going for the lower price at the expense of you is higher. So it means that people who are selling theirs at the lower price will get market as compared to you whose price is higher. So you need to know how much your competitors are selling their fish, then you price that against that. So these are the factors you need to consider. Now let's look at the pricing models. After considering all these factors, there are two major models that you have to consider when you're going to price your fish. The factors are giving you a broader picture, things that you need to consider. But to actually put how much, look at these two models. First has to do with the cost-based pricing. That was cost-based pricing. Remember, one of the factors I said you should consider the cost of production. So now this model of pricing, we look at how much it costs you to produce the fish. After knowing how much, write it down, take it down, do the calculation. After knowing how much it costs you, then add something to it for your profit. Remember, you are not a charitable organization, or you are. You are not a philanthropist, or you are. You mean business. So calculate the cost of the production and add something for your profits into that and put your pricing. That's what we call the cost-based pricing model. I'm sure it is clear. The second you have to consider is the market-based pricing. The market-based pricing has to do with the market price of the fish. Remember, you are not the first person to produce fish in your locality. So check out how much they are selling fish. Even if you are the first to produce, but they are selling fish in the market. Consider that. The market pricing. Like I said earlier, if others are selling cheaper and you are selling higher or costly, people will prefer to go for the cheaper one. So the competitors also determines how much you should sell your fish. So taking these two models into consideration will determine which one is best for you to consider. And to give you another tips bonus, you need to keep your production at a lower cost. If you keep the production at lower cost, you will always make profit no matter the market fluctuation. But if your production is higher, it means that if others are selling at a certain price, and because your production is higher, you are not going to make profit or break even, sell at that same price. It means that it's going to affect your production and your market. So make sure that your production too is lower. And to ensure your production is lower, you need to watch out this cost vigorously and also take out our aquaculture system. Why am I saying this? Constant changing of water, especially if you are buying the water, is also costly. So having a system that will let you run the water, it means that you are not going to always buy water, and that will reduce the cost of production. So check out the link in the description for the course to our aquaculture system, where you can learn how to make your own filtration system and install it in your farm, and that can reduce your cost of production. So that having a look at all this, you will be rest assured that you will know how to price your fish. So please stay watching, check out that next one, and you will be educated based on our experience on how to sell your fish. Thank you so much for watching. Welcome to the complete comprehensive fish farming course, where we talk about catfish and tilapia. This lesson 3 under the model 8, market and sales. We shall look at how to sell your fish. This is so important because I know farmers who have raised their fish to maturity but struggle with people to buy their fish. I have been a victim. I'll share with you how I was able to overcome that. And I'll also share the best tips possible so that you will not be stuck as others. Thank you so much. My name is Abdulaziz Issa. Now, where and how do you sell your fish? First of all, you can have a wholesale. A wholesale is where a customer comes to your farm and buy all your fish. Period. This is the fastest and the easiest and the stress-free way of selling your fish. But the only disadvantage is that most of the times it has lower profit margin. It has lower profit margin because most of the times these people are also retailers, so they don't want or they don't actually buy at the highest price in your locality. And for that matter, you have to reduce the price a little for them. That's why I'm saying that you might not get the entire or make high profit margin. However, if you calculate and you can still make a little profit out of that, it's worth it. Like I said, it will prevent you from stress of marketing. Another way you can sell your fish is retailing. Instead of selling to someone who also go and buy and sell, you can also decide to sell a little by little, piece by piece, kilogram by kilogram to consumers directly. This you sell with the high price possible. We can give you more profit. But the disadvantage that is also that it's stressful. Imagine a day or this customer will come, you need to scoop, struggle with a lot of water because if you don't harvest them all, you can't drain the water. Or you can only drain it small. You struggle and harvest just 1 kilogram, 2 kilogram for a person. Then in an hour or in an hour time, someone also comes. You need to do that again. The following day, someone comes. It's stressful. That's another way, but you make more money than selling that in bulk. The third one is targeting restaurants and hotels. These are people that if you're able to provide them with quality fish and they trust you, that is the best and recommended way. Usually, they also buy in bulk. They will come to your farm and buy in bulk. They can even buy all your fish. So when your fish are mature, you can visit them, restaurants or hotels that uses your fish, the fish that you are producing, either catfish or tilapia, which is our emphasis here. Visit them, talk to them. If they're interested, then you provide them. This is another way of selling your fish in bulk or at once. The fourth one, which is also reliable source, is local market. Just go to the local market. It will just be the market women or the shops and market them. Even the resources buy. But sometimes the local market, one of the disadvantages is that, especially the women, they want to buy your fish at a cheaper price. Some places like Ghana, precisely Tamale, they'll even come and they'll come with a basket. They don't like you to even mention scale. They'll come with a basket or a basin, and they'll tell you that when they harvest the full of this basket, this is the amount. Let's say 1,000 Ghana cedis, which is always far, far lower. I ever brought them to my farm and I couldn't sell for them because the amount of money that they were requested to buy that fish. I could not even buy my feed alone, not to talk of the fish. I decided to leave them alone. So that's the disadvantage. However, they can clear your farm at once. Yes. So you need to wait and to know. Now, have a look at the ways of that. Let's look at our next video, how to brand and sell your fish. Do you brand and sell your fish online? First of all, we have to look at branding. If you are going to sell your fish online, you need to have a nice package as possible. Whether smoked or fresh fish, make sure that you brand it. Make it look attractive. Label it with your name and contact details. In fact, if you are going to even do online, make sure that you have shown the people your production, the feeding, the harvesting, the packaging. This will ensure trust and they will buy. So branding is so important. Making sure that the quality is in your brand, and whoever purchases your fish will be ready to come back. That's the brand. And now you leverage on the online tools. In fact, my fish, or 90% of my sales come from online marketing. Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. For YouTube, I don't actually get direct buying of fish from there, but I use it for other marketing strategies. So if you want to ensure that you are online and people are getting your fish or you're marketing your fish, branding is important. Second, be consistent online. Because that's the one disadvantage of online. These online tools, you can't just post one picture or one video and you expect to go viral and sell your fish. No, it's a consistent base. Before you are discovered and you are known all over, you need to be consistent. Select one or two platforms and be consistent on it. If it's TikTok, make sure that you constantly post quality videos of your fish, the production. All this will bring you customers. If it's Facebook, you do the same. You can blend with images, you can have text, be consistent. Instagram, the same. But make sure that you select a tool that is best, or a tool that at your location more people are there. For instance, at my location, people are more on TikTok than on YouTube. That's why TikTok is giving me the most lead or buyers. People are also more on Facebook than on Instagram. So my locality, TikTok and Facebook are giving the most customers. But I also have other channels, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, and others because of international benefits or international market. However, to target my local people, I use Facebook and TikTok. So select the one that is best for you and be consistent on it. And that's how you will get online market and branding. Collect testimonials to post it online for people to gain trust. You need to offer delivery. You can have door-to-door delivery. Deliver to your customers for people to trust you, and then they can always order. Then they receive before payment. And they also try to promote consistency. That way, you can always be discovered online and can make your sales. Thank you so much. Well, lesson number 5. How do you make a business out of your fish farming? In other words, how do you build a small business from your fish farming? This is something I want to tell you, so you will not only rely on your pond, you can make extra cash. And to make small business out of your fish farming, first of all, turn your pond into a business. If I say turn your pond into a business, what I mean is that you need to make sure that you have constant harvest of fish in your farm. Have enough ponds that and store them at different periods that when you start harvesting, all the time you have fish to sell. That way you can constantly make money in your farm. But if your harvest is seasonal, for instance, you have just this small pond. Once you harvest, that's all. You need to stock and wait till 6 months or more before you harvest again and stock. This cannot give you enough income or something that you can rely on. So turn your pond into a business. And what it means is that have enough ponds, store them at different times, make money at different periods, and you are good to go. Also, you need to have business ideas from the fish farming. Have other business ideas from the fish farming. Instead of depending on the pond or the production alone, income stream, several ways of getting income in the farming industry. For instance, you can decide to produce and sell fingerlings. So production and selling of fingerlings will bring you extra income. Therefore, you make money not just with the pond. Also, you can try to add value to the fish. Smoke fish. If you do not sell all the fish from your farm, you can also buy from farmers and smoke. And you always have smoked fish or dry fish, sell, make income to support what you are getting for your pot. So that is another idea. Another thing you can also do is that you can also produce feed and sell. You can get your pellet machine, your ingredients and this is, and produce your own self-made feed. Sell it to other farmers and make your money. And that's one way of getting business ideas from your fish farm. And also, you can provide consultancy services in the industry, as I am doing. I make money more in this than even what my farm gives me. Even right now, the thing is that as you are providing services, you can make money from farm installations. You can make money from general consultancy services in the industry. And not only that, you can also make money through online tools. Like this, we are making YouTube videos. You can get back from the YouTube channel. If your channel is approved, you can make money through Google AdSense. You can get sponsorships. All these are ways of making money in the industry. So these things, if you also can produce courses and ebooks, like one of this is planned for you. You can check out the description for our courses. We have the DIY filtration system. We also have ebooks, complete fish farming course like this one. Now, if you check this out and you write them or you produce them, you can also sell them online and you make money. These are the ways you can get money from fish farming. So now you are blessed. Having followed this to this end, it means that you are ready to make money in the industry. And I'm also ready to assist you in that. So you can also contact us for your consultancy service. Now, what makes you stand out? To be successful, honesty, consistency, quality, and responsiveness to your customers is what will let you stand out. And you will constantly provide services and people trust you. That way, you'll be rest assured that you will be successful in your journey. And thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye. If you have followed the course till this far, it means that you are ready for business and you have learned the components of starting and run a successful fish farm. In fact, if you have watched to this end, it means that you are done with learning the basics of fish farming. And with this information, I bet you will become a successful in your fish farming. But to be more successful, I'll introduce another model where modern fish farmers are not leveraging on, and that is the recirculating aquaculture system. The recirculating aquaculture system, we call it RAS, is the filtration and reusing of the same water in a closed loop system or in a pond aquaculture. In fact, this system allows you to use that same water because it filters the water and adds oxygen. This system in fact, reduces or it removes the high ammonia in the pond and therefore increasing oxygen. And this will always ensure the health of your fish and, of course, the better growth of your fish. This system will not only save you costs, but it will also give you better and quality fish. In fact, this is a system I have personally built my own or myself for several farms, and I'm running in my own farm. This is the system. It has filtration system, which this basin has a filter under. The water will come under from the pond, and then it will be filtered. There are filters in there. The water will be pulled up to this. There's another filter here for second filtration before the water funnel goes in there. So it uses submersible pump that pump it. We also have aerator pump. This is aerator pump, also working effectively. Are these two systems or these two things? Filtration aerating system we call recirculating aquaculture system, and this ensures that your fish farm is running without diseases, and you can produce more fish in a small space. Because you are filtering your water and you're adding the oxygen, that this small pond you can keep a lot of fish inside it. So, what are you waiting for? This is a bigger journey, and in fact, the making procedure or how to make it yourself all cannot be one in this course. So I have a separate course, in fact, which was even produced before this course on DIY recycled aquaculture and irrigation system. Check out, it is also in this same platform. Check out in the description. You can enroll in that course. And in fact, you will learn yourself how to make the filtration system, how to make the aeration system, how to install each of them, how to ensure water quality management, and how to ensure the best production possible. Like I mentioned earlier, the course is enough for your production, but this is a complement and it's going to save you a lot of time, energy, and water. And of course, production will be reduced. Take it on the solution. What are you waiting for? And then add it to this one, and in fact, you will make your journey more lively. I thank you so much for enrolling in this course, and we are almost done with this course. So check out our YouTube channel. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, Faako Aquaponics in YouTube. Subscribe to it. We have more. This course is more organized, given to you at once. But there are other videos, a lot of them, separate videos that can help you a lot in the journey. I thank you so much. Congratulations for following the course to the end. In fact, we are at the end of the course. But what you must note is that a man is not rewarded for having a brain, but for using it. Whatever that you have learned, you will never get rewarded for learning that until you implement it. Right from the beginning to the end, we have talked about a lot of things. Setting up the farm rightly, getting the right equipment, getting the right feed, feeding the fish the right way, stocking your fish the right manner, the best type of pond, the water quality management, the water parameters. In fact, we have talked about a lot of things. Finally, we have come to harvesting, marketing, and selling the fish, and also records keeping. You've learned a lot of things. And like I said, a man is not rewarded for having a brain, but for using it. Until you start, you will never get the value of what you have learned. So start now. Don't give up. But imagine if it were as easy as that, making a lot of money, a lot of people would have been billionaires in fish farming. But people start and quit because of certain mistakes. So to give you takeaway or bonus tips, there are some beginner mistakes that you have to avoid to be successful. First, avoid overstocking your fish. If you overstock them, they'll not grow well. There will be competition for resources. There will be cannibalism and all these things. So stop your fish the right way. Second, feed your fish the right type of feed. Make sure the fish feed that you're giving the fish are right and contains the best and the recommended proportion of nutrients. There are lessons in that. Check them out. And feed the fish the right way. That's another mistake. Overstocking, overfeeding. A lot of beginners overfeed their fish because they think that the more fish feed you give the fish, the more they grow. Unfortunately, if you're not lucky and you overfeed them, it also kills your fish faster because it leads to water quality. So avoid that. Avoid bigger expectation or bigger profit at the early stage. You can't just start your first harvest and you want to make a lot of profits. No, it doesn't do that way. It doesn't go that way. So make sure that you start, you learn, you fall and get up, so you'll get it right and you're making your profits. So please lower your expectation. And also ensure you have trust. When people start buying your resources or buying your fish products, make sure that you keep the trust ongoing. Otherwise, you will get started. And make sure that you have best water quality management possible, like I said in the previous model. And to ensure that one of it is to get the Recirculating Aquaculture system installed in your farm. And it is good to enroll in our course, DIY Comprehensive Fish Farming Guide. The guide will help you to make your own filtration and irrigation system, put it in your farm. We always have best water quality and best fish production. But this is not to say that the course contains everything. It gives you all the basics to start. But remember, continual learning is one of the ways to success. And despite the little information that we are having, I call little information because knowledge is too big. We continue to learn every day. And that same applies to you. When you start, there are certain things you will learn the hard way. But don't stop there. Consider subscribe to our YouTube channel and our other social media channels. In the YouTube channel, we use Faako Aquaponics. Subscribe to that, and in fact, you will continue to learn and to grow. And you continue to learn and to grow. And at the end, we'll all be successful in our journey. I thank you so much. And please, I will also be available for one-on-one coaching or to answer your questions. So if after enrolling, after going through the course, you have questions to ask me, please, my contact details are there. Check out to me, link up, and we'll pick it up from there. I actually and I am sincerely happy that you have enrolled and you have learned so far. Thank you so much. My name is Abdulaziz Isa. I am facilitator of this comprehensive fish farming course. And in fact, I've been able to do this because I've managed and raised fish for years, and I provide a service for people for years, and I've gained that little experience. If you also start, you will learn gradually as you are doing. Thank you very much. You will understand that water quality is very paramount when it comes to fish farming. In fact, if you are wondering how to get the best water quality, that is why I have made the DIY, that is do it yourself, filtration and aeration system. In fact, in this master class, I have shown you how to do your own filtration and aeration system. In simple course, aquaculture system using local materials which you can easily acquire. I've taken you through practical and everything that you need to know. And if you wonder how to get this course, the link in the description, click on the link or check it out on the screen. And in fact, enroll in that course and you will learn everything that you know to set up your own filtration system to your farm. And that will save you tons of water and also make your fish grow better. Check it out in the description. Now let's proceed.